morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioner Mabena.
Good morning, Mr. Sidumedi.
Chair, today, after engagements with the evidence leaders, there was a request that the city must make available a person that can speak to issues of human settlement with specific reference to the solutions, if any, to deal with the bad buildings in the inner city. In that context, then, we request the Commissioner's permission to call Mr. Edwin Patrick Poppy.
Poppy.
P-H.
P-H.
O.
Yes.
P-H-I. Patrick. But before I call Mr. Poppy Chair, I'm quite aware that in terms of the rules of the Commission, if there's any confidential information that we seek to keep out of the public record, we need to make a formal application in writing to the Commission.
Yes.
Unfortunately, Chair, the confidential nature of the information only came to our attention yesterday. So we could not timeously make an application to keep some of the information as confidential. However, we did engage with the evidence leaders. We provided 2 copies of the statement, a clean version of the statement, unredacted, and the one that has some portions that have been redacted. I can confirm, or Mr. Semenya can confirm, that didn't take any issue with, I'll still motivate to the Chair why. Maybe let me just do that thing now. Chair, in terms of the evidence that Mr. Poppy will be leading, to an extent that he'll be identifying buildings where people are going to get relocated to, because there are bad buildings that need to be evacuated. So the department has identified buildings where all these persons will be, the way that they're using to be decanted to. Now, if we disclose in a public forum the identity and addresses of those buildings, there's a big threat or risk of those buildings being invaded prior to us making intervention. So it's only in that regard I was saying the identity and the street address of those buildings, can that please be kept out of the public domain? Of course, the Chair and the Commissioner does have the exact details of those buildings, but let us not disclose that to the public.
Yes.
With respect to members of the public, because that's jeopardize our plans. Secondly,
Is the reason you are advancing that there will be a deluge of people who will take over those buildings?
Correct, Chair. And in any event, even the surrounding communities as well will feel aggrieved that we are being advised, we have been here in this neighborhood, we are now being told that people from some other place are going to come and occupy this building. So that will then even cause a consternation amongst the neighboring
Yes.
communities. That's the first part, Chair. And this I'm not going to say lightly, because I made a request even to, even though informally now with my colleague from Siri and Norton Roads, that I know there are some of the potential invaders are the outlines or associated with the outlines. So we are willing to have the lawyers having the information, but they must make an undertaking that they cannot disclose that information to the outlines. That's all that we are asking our colleagues from Siri and Norton Roads to do.
Yes.
That an order must be made that Siri and Norton Roads must not disclose the identity and location of the buildings that are part of the department's plans to receive people to be evacuated. So those are the only submissions that we wanted to bring to the attention of the commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Sidumedi. Mr. Semenya?
Good morning, Chair, Madam Chair, Madam Commissioner. We have no objection to the statement in open hearing, dealt with on the basis of the reduction. The reasons for the reduction appear to us to be transient. It is until such time as they have been moved. But for the purposes of the archives and the record, I had suggested to Mr. Sidumedi that at least an unredacted copies be given to both you, Chair, and Commissioner Mabena. But we have no objection
Yes.
to treating the evidence that way.
Thank you. Mr. Mkomezulu?
Morning, Chairperson and Commissioner. Indeed, we were approached this morning by Mr. Sidumedi, who communicated the position that he has just advanced. The predicament is that I have not been able to take instructions from the people I represent, SERI and the ICF. But the position that I can advance as the person who represents those two organizations in this commission is that we certainly as SERI would not want to gain any unfair advantage with information coming to us through a public forum in this nature. We are only concerned, though, about the surrounding circumstances, such as what Mr. Sidumedi says. I believe that he misspoke when he says we could be associated with the invaders and would not want that to be. So it puts us in a position where we can't even meaningfully engage with that, where we could even be accused of being associated with the invaders. And we would certainly say it represents a number of unlawful occupiers. And the Constitutional Court has already told us in Mooiplaats, Chairperson, that words such as invaders have a dehumanizing effect. A word like unlawful occupier is to be preferred. And having said all of that, Chairperson, it will be our position to leave it in the hands of the Chairperson to make a ruling in that regard, because we cannot genuinely, meaningfully engage with the request as it has been made on such short notice without the benefit of instructions.
Yes.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Is there anyone appearing on behalf of Norton Rose? There is no one. Mr. Sidumedi? Is there anyone appearing on behalf of Norton Rose? Yes.
Chairperson,
And your name?
Jeffrey Ngonyama, Jeffrey with a G.
Yes, Mr. Ngonyama. What do you say to the application which is before me?
Chairperson, this was actually canvassed with us earlier,
Yes.
and I don't think we have an objection to the reasons that have been provided.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ngonyama. Mr. Sidumedi, your application to have the statement redacted is granted.
Thank you, Chair. As the Commission pleases. Just to clarify one aspect, maybe there was some misstatement. I was not in any way suggesting that SERI is associated. I was saying the clients of SERI might be associated with other people, but I thought I must just,
Yes.
I will never impugn the integrity of my colleagues at SERI. Right. Thank you, Chair. Not got Chair, with your permission, I'd like to call Mr. Patrick Poppy to the stand.
Mr. Poppy, good morning. Please give us your full names.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Poppy, P-H-O-P-H-I.
The evidence you're about to give us, you swear, will be the truth, nothing else but the truth. And if you do, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
The witness is sworn in.
Thank you, Mr. Siminya. Mr. Sidumedi.
Thank you, Chair. Just for, as usual, Chair, orientation purposes, the statement appears on page 489.
Yes,
I'm advised that the Chair's bundle and the Commissioner Mapena's bundle, they've got two sets.
yes.
One that is redacted, other one is not redacted.
Which one is redacted, the first part or the second part?
Chair, you know, I've never had a benefit of,
Okay, that's fine.
but just to assure the Chair, I'll draw the Chair's attention as soon as I get to the part that is redacted, that's when, it's not a major part of the statement. Mr. Poppy, do you, in front of you, you got your, go to page 489 of the file, please. Are you there?
I'm there.
If you just look at that document in front of you, and in particular, the last page appearing on page 501, I think it is 501, 500. You confirm that this is your signature and it's your statement?
I do confirm that this is my signature.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now, under paragraph 1 of the statement, you indicate that you are employed as an executive director for human settlement at the city of Johannesburg. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Can you just explain to the chair for how long have you been working for the city of Johannesburg and in what capacities?
Thank you. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioner. Chair, if you allow me, I would request that I sincerely, from a personal view, pass my condolences to those who have lost their lives within the building and indicate that it's an unfortunate situation. I note that I don't have the jurisdiction from the city. Only the mayor or the MMCs can be able to say this statement, but from a personal capacity, I just wanted to pass that message. Chair, let me answer the question that was raised by Mr. Sidumedi. I have started with the city of Johannesburg on the 1st of April 2005 as a deputy director appointed within the housing department as it was known then. And in 2008, I was appointed Director of Finance in Group Finance within the city of Johannesburg. Within a period of 3 months, I was then requested to relocate back to the Department of Housing. And I've been a director from 2008 to 2014 when I was requested to act as an executive director heading the department. Up until 2017, and we have been alternating in terms of acting capacity within the department until I was appointed on the 1st of November 2021 to date. Thank you.
Mr. Koza?
Thank you, Chair. Uqala ngokuthi ke namhlanje ufakazi umnumzana uPatrick Poppy enziswe izifungo uphakamise isandla sakhe sokudla wayesefunga ukuthi uzokhuluma iqiniso akhulume iqiniso lodwa futhi wacela ukuthi inkosi imsize. Ngemva kokuba esenze izifungo ummeli umnumzane uSidumedi ubesemcela ke ukuthi akaye estatementeni sakhe lapho echaze khona ukuthi kunezitatimende ezimbili. Kukhona isitatimende esiqukethe yonke imininingwane bese kuba khona isitatimende esikhishwe imininingwane eyimfihlo. Akuchaziwe ke ngesikhathi kuqala ukuthi kungani leso statement sikhishwe leyo mniningwane eyimfihlo. Khona kube secelwa ukuthi ufakaze aye ekhasini 501 ukuze aqinisekise ukuthi ngempela lesi statement esilapha ngesakhe uvumile ufakazi umnumzana uPoppy ukuthi esakhe istatement ngoba nangi nesignature iyakufakazela ukuthi esakhe. Khona kube sembuza ke ukuthi esigabeni sokuqala ekhasini 489 umnumzana uPoppy ubizwa ngokuthi usebenzela idolobha laseGoli lapho esebenza khona njengomqondisi oyinhloko emnyangweni wezokuhlaliswa kwabantu. Ubese thakakathi ukuchaza kancane ngaleso sikhundla sakhe. Umnumzana uPoppy uchazile okokuqala nje ngaphambi kokuba ngene endabeni uye wadlulisela amazwi okuzwelana nabo bonke abantu abalahlekelwa ukuphila kwabo kuleli bhilidi ngesikhathi somlilo. Ushilo nokho ukuthi lapha akakhulumeli idolobha ngoba imeya ebingakhulumela lokho, kodwa lokho ukukhuluma nje ngokusuka kuye njengomuntu ukuthi uyazwelana kakhulu nokulahleka kwabantu. Ubese echaza ke ukuthi kusukela ngo-April 1, 2005 ilapho aqala khona. Ngaleso sikhathi waseyiphini lomqondisi oyinhloko, wayengakaphathi izintambo. Ngemva kwalokho ngo-2008 wabe sesuswa emnyangweni wezokuhlaliswa kwabantu, wahamba wayoba umqondisi kwezezimali. Akuthathanga isikhathi eside, ngemva kwalokho kwathatha izinyanga ezintathu nje kuphela ukuthi aphinde abuyiselwe futhi emnyangweni wezokuhlaliswa kwabantu, lapho ke asebenze khona cishe kusukela ngo-2008 kuya ku-2014. Kwaba khona isikhathi ngo-2014 lapho ke manje ayiselokhu ebambela, babeshintshana ngokuba umbambeli kwaze kwaba usuku ke ngoNovember 1, 2021 ilapho aqale khona ukuba kulesi sikhundla sokuba umqondisi oyinhloko kulomnyango wezokuhlaliswa kwabantu.
Thank you, sir. Now, in paragraph 2 of your statement, you took the liberty of explaining the mandate of COJ's Human Settlement Department, right?
Correct.
I don't intend to make you reiterate the legal framework, but just at a high level, can you just explain to the chair the relationship between national, the province, and the city, with specific reference to matters relating to housing or human settlement as it is now called?
Thank you. I need to indicate that the National Department of Human Settlement is the custodian of the process for one policy for provision of housing in various levels, and also that they have the mandate to deliver and administer the funds, and therefore they accredit or they give accreditation or they give capacity to province and municipalities to manage the portfolio on their behalf, meaning that the provincial department is the second tier in terms of the spheres of government that also delivers the mandate of housing, and they have a responsibility to make sure that the provincial processes are aligned to national, and therefore they then appoint or they gazette funding on behalf of municipalities who have capacity for municipalities to be able to implement the national mandate. In essence, the mandate for provision of houses is delegated to province, and therefore province delegates to municipalities who have capacity for us to be able to build houses.
Ubeke esebuza umeli umnumzana uSidumedi laphaya sigabeni sesibili ukuthi akakachaze ngegunya abanikezwe lona. Wacela ukuthi akachaze ubuhlobo obukhona emsebenzini wabo, ubudlelwano phakathi komnyango wezokuhlaliswa kwabantu wezwe lonke, umnyango wezifundazwe kanye nomnyango wasekhaya noma wasedolobheni, ukuthi bahlangana kanjani. Umnumzane uPoppy ke uchazile okokuqala ukuthi abangabanikazi balomnyango wezokuhlaliswa kwabantu umnyango kazwelonke, national, ibona abaphethe izinqubo ezilandelwayo, ibona abakhipha iziqondiso ukuthi kwenziweni, ibona bakhipha nezimali ukuthi nazi izimali ezosetshenziswa kulokhu. Kodwa ke bona ke njengoba bengabezwe lonke babe sebethatha lezo ziqondiso bazinikeze umnyango wezifundazwe, kube izifundazwe ke manje eziqiniseka ukuthi lokho kufunwa uzwe lonke kuyenzeka ezifundazweni. Izifundazwe zona bese kuba yizo ke ezibhekelela idolobha. Ngamanye amazwi lezi inhlaka ezintathu, izwe lonke, isifundazwe kanye nedolobha. Isifundazwe isona esiqiniseka ukuthi idolobha lithola imali eyanele uma likwazi lisebenze, kodwa naso isifundazwe sithobela esikutshelwa umnyango kazwelonke.
Thank you, sir. In your statement, you just made reference now in your evidence about the accreditation of municipalities. So in paragraph 2.7 to 11, can you just explain to the chair what is accreditation and what informs, or if there's any police document that informs the accreditation?
Thank you very much. Accreditation is a delegation that is given to municipalities by national to one, administer beneficiaries or register beneficiaries in terms of the process, which is part of level 1. And therefore, the city is able to capture or view beneficiaries in a system that's called the Housing Subsidy Scheme, where all the beneficiaries or people who are in need of housing are registered. In terms of the process, meaning that you should be 18 years old, you should have a barcoded ID, you should be a resident of the country, and you need to be having beneficiaries for you to qualify. But it further then explains that over and above that, over the level 1 process, there's a full program where the city is accredited level 2. Level 2 is where we get a full function of administration, meaning that we can administer, allocate, or link beneficiaries to projects that we are delivering, making sure that whenever we deliver or we plan for projects, we are able to link beneficiaries to those projects.
Ubeke ummeli umnumzana Sidumede ecela ukuthi akakachazele igama elibizwa ngokuthi i-accreditation ukuthi lisho ukuthini ngempela uma kuziwa emsebenzini wabo eminyangweni wezokuhlaliswa kwabantu. Ufakazi uchazile ukuthi leli gama lisho ukudluliselwa kwegunya lidluliselwe kubo ukuthi babheke ukuthi obani okufanele bahlomule ekwakhiweni kwezindlu. Lokhu kusuke kusesigabeni 1 noma level 1 lapho bebheka khona izindlu, babheka uxhaso mhlawumbe olingahle ludingeke luvele kuhulumeni, babheka abantu ababhalisile. Ezinye izinto abazibhekayo ukuthi njengoba bephathiswe lokhu ukuthi umuntu ocela ufaka isicelo sendlu unayo yini iminyaka engu-18 ubudala njengoba kusho inqubomgomo, unayo yini umazisi noma i-ID, zonke lezo izinto abazibhekayo. Ngakho babese benegunya ke bona njengesifundazwe ukukusebenzisa ngokugcwele nalokho okuphecelezwe ku level 2 lapho ke manje sebe allocator noma bakubekele eceleni ukuthi naba abantu okufanele bahlomule bese bekubenza labo bantu bakuthole okufanele bakuthole.
All right. Now, you are saying in paragraph 212 and 214 that the city of Johannesburg is a level 2 accredited municipality.
That's correct.
And you mentioned some grants or programs that at least you are mandated to administer. Can you just explain these grants? And in particular, I want you to focus on the purpose of this, the relevance of these grants insofar as what relates to this commission. Not in too broad. I know the grants might be having other issues, but when you explain the grants, you must indicate their relevance to what this commission is seized with. So,
Okay. Let me start by the first grant that we administer as a city, which is the Urban Settlement Development Grant. That grant is meant to, one, provide infrastructure to areas that are not developed. And where we need land, we'll use the same grant to be able to buy land and for us to be able to plan or prepare the land in terms of town planning processes, for us to be able to then construct infrastructure, and that would enable the city to be able to then peg stands as per the town planning processes or layout that has been approved by the planning department to allow us to be able to service stands and therefore build houses through using the second grant, which is the housing, the Human Settlements Development Grant. That grant is meant for us to build top structures. We call them top structures or houses. And we build mixed integrated developments purely because we are saying we don't have only one portion of benefactors. We have benefactors who earn below 3,500 that we need to build houses for, and those who earn above 3,500 will either provide rental accommodation or subsidized bonded market, including amenities. So that's how we link the two grants. But since around 2017, 2018, National sought to realize that there are informal settlements that have been built since the early 90s, and those informal settlements have not been upgraded or recognized. Therefore, the Human Settlement Development Grant was top sliced, or the grant was shared with a new grant called UISP, which is the Upgrading of Informal Settlements Program, meaning that we are able to upgrade informal settlements where they are through engagements with the communities that are living in those informal settlements, provide services or upgraded services, including infrastructure, for those people to live in a habitable area.
Mr. Koza?
Thank you, Chair. Kona-ke manje ummeli ubeke secela ufakazi ukuthi akakathi ukukhuluma kabanzi nge-level 2 okuyiyona idolobha laseGoli elinikezwe yona bese chaza ngezinhlelo noma phecelezi ngalokho okuthiwa ama-grants, izibonelelo ezikhona ezivunyiwe. Ushilo ummeli ukuthi uyazi ukuthi phakathi kwalezi bonelelo ziningi kakhulu. Uyacela ukuthi angakukhulumi ngazo zonke kodwa akhulume ngokukhethekile ngalezi ezidinga noma ezithinta ikhomishani edinga ukuzazi, achaze nezinhloso zalawo ma-grant. Khona-ke uchazile umnumzane uPoppy njengofakazi ukuthi kuneyinhlobonhlobo zama-grant. Ngokwesibonelo kukhona i-grant ebizwa ngokuthi Urban Settlement Development Grant. Le grant ihloselwe ukuthi ibuke ukuthi zikhona yini izindawo umhlaba ongasetshenziselwa ukwakha izindlu, futhi uma ukhona kungakwazi yini ukulandelwa imithetho efanele ukuze kwakhiwe lapho. Zikhona yini izindawo ezidinga ukuthuthukiswa khona edolobheni, nalapho futhi le grant iya noma lesibonelelo siyasebenza uma kudingeka kunezindawo ezinjengalezo. Ngakho bayahamba bathole imvume yokuthi bangakha bese bayasebenzisa sona-ke lesi sibonelelo esibizwa ngokuthi i-Urban Settlement Development Grant. Kanti kuneyesibili enye futhi isibonelelo, i-grant ayibizile ebizwa ngokuthi Human Settlement. Yona-ke ixubile ngoba njengoba yakha izindlu bayazi ukuthi abantu abadinga izindlu akubona abantu bohlobo olulodwa. Kunabantu abahola iholo labo elingaphansi kwemali engu-3,500 wamarandi, kanti kukhona abahola ngaphezulu. Ngakho-ke manje le grant ibisibahlanganisa bonke labo bantu, kubonakala ukuthi bangasizwa kanjani ukuze nabo bathole izindawo zokuhlala. Ubese khuluma futhi ukuthi cishe lapha ku-2017, 2018 kuye kwaqapheleka ukuthi kunezindawo ezibizwa ngokuthi ama-informal settlement noma izindawo zemijondolo noma imikhukhu ezikhona. Lezo zindawo kufanele nazo zithuthukiswe ngalolu hlelo lwe-UISP, lapho kuthuthukiswa lezo zindawo-ke ezinjalo ukuthi nazo zibe sesimweni esifanele. Ngakho lezi zibonelelo zisiza zithinta zonke lezi zinhlobonhlobo ezihlukene zabantu abadinga izindawo zokuhlala.
Thank you, sir. The last two grants, or the last three, in terms in paragraph 2.14.3, make reference to an integrated reconstruction and development program, and then there's a finance-linked individual subsidy program and a social housing program. What is the relevance of those programs on what, with specific reference to what is called bad buildings or hijacked buildings?
The reference that one would put forward is that in case of development, we take note that there are those people who are unable to earn as much as 3,500, government will provide free housing to those. There are those beneficiaries who earn above 3,500, which is from 3,501. The city or government will provide rental accommodation, either in social housing or in affordable rental accommodation. And there are those who also earn above 3,500 who are not in need of rental accommodation, but they are in need of houses that they want to call their own homes, where they will be able to service the bonds that they get from the banks or approved from various banks. And they also get a subsidy from government depending on the amount that they earn or their salary packages that they earn, for them to be able to be subsidized so that their monthly installments are reduced, to avoid issues of people being evicted when they're unable to service their bonds. So there are those three tiers in terms of government grants that would assist people to find accommodation or different types of accommodation.
Ubeke semcela umnumzane uPopi ukuthi akakathi ukuchaza ngalezi zinhlelo ezibhalwe lapha ya eyokuqala ebhaliwe ibizwa ukuthi integrated reconstruction kanti esibili i-finance linked individual subsidy program. Lezi zinhlelo ezimbili abanazo ngakho umcelile ukuthi akakathi ukuchaza ngazo. Ufakazi ubese echaza ke izinto ezintathu ngalezi zinhlelo. Okokuqala kuchazile ukuthi lolu hlelo lezi zinhlelo zibhekelela abantu abahola imali engaba ngu-3,500 noma ngaphansi. Ngakho umuntu mayihola imali engako uhulumeni noma idolobha lo muntu lizama ukumtholela izindlu zokuhlala mahala. Bese kuba khona ke umuntu ohola 3,500 ukukhuphuka ukuya phezulu. Ngakho libe selihlola idolobha ukuthi ngoba lo muntu nayo imadlana engenayo angeke yini limtholele indawo azoyikhokhela akhokhe irent kuyona bese kwazi ukuqhubeka ehlala. Bese okwesithathu yilapho ke lo muntu ohola 3,500 engafuni ukuqasha kodwa efuna indlu ethi yena. Ngakho nalapho ke lolu hlelo lube selusiza ngoxhaso ukuthi labo bantu nabo bakwazi ukuthola izindlu ezithi bona, kodwa futhi uhulumeni athi ukwenezela uxhaso kuzona ukuze singabi nabantu asebexoshwa emizini yabo bekhishwa ngoba behluleka ukukhokha. Ngakho kwenza ukuthi imali abayikhokhayo kungabi imali emba eqolo. Ngakho yilezi zinhlelo ezintathu azibalile ezisizayo ukuthi abantu bathole izindlu.
All right. Now, when you go to paragraph 3, before we speak about paragraph 3, in the past few months, the Commission has been grappling with first understanding the cause of fire at Usindiso. What are the interventions that are there for either the city or any other organ of state for that matter to find a solution to avoid what has been termed Usindiso 2 or 3 or 4, right? It's in a sense you need to learn from what has happened and we need to demonstrate as a city the measures that the city has put in place to ameliorate or intervene to avoid future calamities, right? So in paragraph 3, you are now talking about what you term as possible solutions to these challenges that have arisen as a result of Usindiso. But in paragraph 3.1, you make an opening statement there about the controversial nature or how contested human settlement space is. Can you just elaborate for the benefit of the chairperson there?
Let me indicate that for housing to be provided, you firstly need to have land. Land which is developable, where you are able to develop or build houses or you are able to provide accommodation. And due to the scarcity of land, especially in Joburg, it's a difficult process for the city to be able to build the required number of amenities, including buildings or accommodation. Second of all, there are buildings that we note, we have identified or areas that we've identified for us to be able to evacuate or decant people from buildings that are dangerous or that are seen to be a high risk to beneficiaries. And I can make a few examples that around 2014, 2015, there were buildings that were in a bad state. We had to evacuate people from those buildings. And the city had been taken to court or compelled to provide alternative accommodation. And we took time for us to find space in and around the city to be able to accommodate those people. But we have started that process. But for us to avoid Usindiso 2, as you've indicated, and for us to be able to provide alternative accommodation, we have looked at various areas for us to be able to decant or relocate the affected families to those places.
Mnumzana Usindumedi ke ube esemcela ukuthi akaye lapha esigabeni 3 kuistatimende sakhe esho ukuthi ikhomishane njengoba lokhu likhona sekuye kwethulwa ezithebeni zalo okuningi ngendaba yalomlilo nangokuthi yini yaba imbangela yomlilo. Kodwa manje enye yezinto ebilokhu idingidwa isezithebeni indaba yokuthi kungenzeka kanjani ukuthi kugwenywe ukuthi kungaphinde kube nosindiso 2 noma usindiso 3 lapho siyophinde sibone inhlekelele efana nalena esayibona kuleli bhilidi. Estatementeni sakhe umnumzana uPoppy ekhasini 493 kukhona lapho ekhuluma khona ngalokho ukuthi ama possible solutions ngamanye amazwi izixazululo ezingase zibe khona. Ucelile ke ukuthi akakathu ukuchaza lapho enabe nangokuthi iziphi ingqinamba ababhekana nazo. Ufakazi ushilo ke ukuthi ukuqala ukuze abantu kwazi ukubanikeza izindlu into yokuqala edingekayo umhlaba ngoba ukwazi abantu ukubanikeza izindlu umhlaba ungekho futhi kufanele kube umhlaba ongakwazi ukulungiseka ukuthi ube indawo ekahle. Okuyinto ke eyingqinamba ababhekene nayo kuleli dolobha ukuthi izindawo azikho ngakho kunzima kakhulu ukuthi bathole indawo noma indawo abangathatha abantu babase kuyona. Bazamile ngo2014 nango2015 uma bebona ukuthi nanti ibhilidi elingekho esimweni esihle asibathukhipha abantu sibasuse kulona. Kuleso sikhathi bathathwa bayomangalelwa ezinkantolo. Inkantolo yathi anikwazi ukukhipha abantu nibe ningenayo indawo enizoba nikeza yona ukuthi bahlale. Ngakho ufakazi uthi iyona ngqinamba enkulu ke ababhekene nayo njengamanje yokuthi uma bebakhipha abantu bazobabekaphi kodwa bakubheka njengesixazululo ukuthi kufanele kube khona okuthile okwenziwayo.
Now, you make a point in paragraph 3.1 before we get into the specifics of the solutions that sometimes there's a need for a city to withhold information pertaining to the areas to which persons must be evacuated to. What is the reason for that?
The reason for us not to disclose areas, it's a challenge that people take advantage of areas that we pronounce to say that this is where we are going to evacuate people to. And those areas are prone to land invasion or hijacking, or people placing themselves, indicating that they've got nowhere else, but government owns this property or owns this real estate, or they own this property or building, and therefore they're going to relocate themselves there, and government should find alternatives for them. Without them looking for space, they'll invade or take over that property. And that would then have a ripple effect because we would have engaged and agreed with various communities or beneficiaries who are supposed to be relocated there, and therefore we don't have any more space to relocate them to. And therefore we don't pronounce on areas publicly so because we are avoiding issues of us having to secure or to protect land or protect the spaces that we've identified to avoid issues of invasion or being taken over by people in the surrounding areas or people that are within the area, or people busing themselves or being bussed by those that we call shack farmers, or those who are prone to hijacking buildings and creating anarchy within the real estate that we find.
Ubesebuza ke manje ummeli ukuthi kubangelwa yini ukuthi uma benolwazi oluthile ngezindawo abazothuthela kuzo abantu baligodle bangalidaluli esithangamini sawo wonke umuntu ezwa. Ufakazi umnumzana uPhopho bese chaza ukuthi kunezinzuzo eziningi zokungenzi kanjalo. Okokuqala, abantu banele bangezwa nje ukuthi kunendawo noma isakhiwo esithile okuzothuthelwa kuso abantu ababe besalinda bavele bagijime bayozingenela bona kuleso sakhiwo esilungiselelwe abantu abathuthwa kwenye indawo. Abanye bazingenela ngodli kuleyo ndawo bayithathe bese kuphazamisa zonke ke manje izinhlelo. Abantu okungenzeka bathathe izindawo kungaba abantu abahlala eduze naleyo ndawo okuzothuthelwa kuyo abantu, nabo bangase bathi asinayo enye indawo bese bengena la. Ngakho abanye bakubona kuyinto okufanele bazenzele yona ukuthi uma kunendawo okuthiwa ibekelwe abantu abathile uma bengakangeni bese bayangena. Ngakho manje uma sebeyimemezele sokufanele baqikelele ukuthi leyo ndawo iyagadwa ukuze kungabikho umuntu ongenayo. Ngakho lezi ezinye zezizathu ezenza ukuthi uma kunendawo asebeyihlonzile ukuthi bazoyifaka kuya abantu abangayidaluli bengakakwenzi lokho.
Thank you. Now, overleaf on page 493, you, at a high level, you're speaking of two solutions, right? You're making reference to an ideal solution to assist in this crisis, and you're also making reference to a practical or a realistic solution. Do you see that?
I see
Now,
that.
let's start first with what you consider to be an ideal solution. You make a point that in an ideal environment, you'll have to obtain land or various tracts of land as an intervention. Can you just explain what that entails and why, in as much as an ideal solution is not the most practical solution under the circumstances?
The first point in terms of an ideal situation is to find land that is owned by the city. We then assess whether the land is habitable for people to live in, and we then ask for permission from our Johannesburg Property Company to use that land or any other department that owns that land within the city or government sphere for us to be able to use the land, prepare the land, build structures as a temporary solution to evacuate people without having to provide a permanent solution within a short space of time. And we then apply for funding from both national and provincial department for them to assist us, for us to be able to get a service provider to be able to build the structures that we require so that we can evacuate the people using the temporary structures that we envisage to put or to construct in that space.
Khasini 493 ufakazi ucelwa ukuba akakachaze ngezixazululo ezimbili. Ngoba kodwa lapha ukhulume ngokuthi kukhona isixazululo esifiselekayo noma ideal ukuthi uma bekungaba yilesi bekungaba kuhle. Bese kuba khona isixazululo sesibili, isixazululo esingokoqobo, practical, esingenzeka noma realistical. So lezi zixazululo zimbili akhulume ngazo. Ngakho ummeli uyamcela ukuthi ngicela ke ukhulume ngesisodwa kuqala. Lesi othi esifiselekayo kodwa mhlawumbe kungahle singenzeki ngendlela ngokoqobo kodwa siyafiseleka. Leso ke uyachaza ufakazi ukuthi esifiselekayo noma esi-ideal yilesi sokuthi uma bengathola indawo omnikazi wayo idolobha noma uhulumeni, indawo futhi engavuseleleka isebenziseke, kungaba lula ngoba bangahamba baye eminyangweni othintekayo lapho bayocela imvume yokuthi sicela ukusebenzisa le ndawo. Uma sebeyitholile bese bayakha lapho. Futhi uma bakha angeke bakhe indawo yesikhathi sonke okuyohlala kuyo unomphela, kodwa bazokwakha indawana yesikhashana nje yokuthi laba bantu bathuthele khona. Bese behamba bafaka isicelo kumnyango wesifundazwe nokazwelonke wokuhlaliswa kwabantu ukuthi sicela nisinike imali, sifuna ukwakha indawo yesikhashana yokuhlalisa laba bantu. Ngakho lena isixazululo sokuqala lesi sichazwa ngokuthi esifiselekayo noma the ideal one.
Now, in paragraph 3.3, you complain that this ideal solution that you have just explained is not easily realizable. What is your concern about that ideal solution?
The concern is that the city, like I explained earlier, does not have the abundance of land in and around the city, especially the inner city. We then had to, in one of the instances, take a compound from one of the departments to be able to create space or to be able to relieve the challenges that we have so that we can build structures. The other issue is that because of there is no land, we have to then engage with other spheres of government or other entities or departments within national and provincial for them to assist us with the land or properties that they own in and around the space. That's why it's a challenge. It's a huge challenge because at times it takes longer for them to accede to giving us the property, or they are reluctant to give it to us purely because of they indicate that they've got plans. But when they've got challenges of invasion, that's when they call us to say, do you still want that property? Because of they don't want to deal with the problem. It has happened in so many cases within the city.
Ubeke sembuza ukuthi njengoba ku ethi lesi isixazululo esifiselekayo noma the ideal one, kodwa uphinde wachaza lapha ebufakazini bakhe ukuthi kodwa akulula ukuthi senzeke. Ngakho akakachaze ukuthi kungani kungelula ukuthi lesi sixazululo sisebenze. Okokuqala kushilo ufakazi umnumzana uPoppy ukuthi njengoba beseka balula ngaphambili ayikho indawo ikakhulukazi edolobheni yokwakha. Kwenye isigameko nje kuze kwadingeka bathathe indawo lapho kuboshwe kufakwa khona izimoto ezisuke ziqoqiwe zabekwa khona bacela ukusebenzisa leyo ndawo ukuze kuhlale abantu okubonisa ukuthi abanayo ngempela indawo. Kwesinye isikhathi kuthatha isikhathi eside ukuthi bayithole indawo ngoba kube sebephoqeleka ukuthi bakhulume nezinye izinhlaka zikahulumeni zesifundazwe noma zikazwe lonke bacela ukuthi hey sicela ukusebenzisa le ndawo ngoba sizwile ukuthi eyenu. Ngakho uthola ukuthi lezo zinhlaka akubi lula nangazo ukuthi zivume ukuthi bazisebenzise lezo zindawo. Ngezinye izikhathi bayanqikaza. Kodwa into evame ukwenzeka ukuthi uma zizwa ukuthi leso sakhiwo noma lelo bhilidi selithathwe la ngithathwa ngenkani indluzula abantu bazingenela ima bethi lithatheni ke leli bhilidi nilisebenzise.
So, once you accept that ideal solution cannot materialize, you then indicate in paragraph 3.5 onwards, or 3.4 onwards, that there are more practical interventions or programs that your department has embarked upon to navigate around these challenges. And you make reference to the fact that even before the Usindiso crisis, there were programs that you embarked upon or plans that you had to deal with the issue of resolving the crisis in the inner city, all right? Now, you make reference to a long-term, medium-term, and short-term plans. Do you remember that on your statement?
I remember that.
Right. Now, can you just, on page 494, just explain what the long-term entail, and we'll just only use one because there's a table that appears on page 494. We won't go through each and every project, but I think let's talk about maybe Marile House, the top one. What is this all about?
The page 494 indicates that the department has looked for portions of land or for areas that we can develop. And in developing those areas, we need to follow the town planning processes. The town planning processes would then allow us to be able to identify various elements, whether there's environmental issues, whether there's challenges, or maybe there are no challenges. But the town planning processes take their own time in terms of us having to follow this process for at least 24 months. Hence, it's indicated as a long-term plan. And in that purpose, as outlined in the summary of the page, it indicates that we've appointed consultants for them to look into the town planning processes that have to be followed and make sure that we finally, when everything has been finalized, we are able to build a structure. But as you can see on column 2 of the Merrily House capacity, we can only generate 244 units, which we've estimated, purely because of the size of the land that we've identified. And the reason for us to follow town planning processes is for us not to have challenges or for us not to having to retrofit processes. We need to follow the law, town planning law into its latter for us to be able to develop what we call affordable rental units so that we can accommodate people who are desperate or destitute within the inner city of Joburg.
Bese cela ke umnumzana uSidumedi ukuthi
So nothing, please don't mention the name of the, it was a slip of a tongue, don't mention the name of the property, please, in your,
Thank you, Chair. I'll do that. Ube ese cela ke lapha ummeli ukuthi akakathi ukuchaza kabanzi ngoba yize kunezinselele abathi kunzima ukuthi bazinqobe, kodwa zikhona inhlelo abasebevele beqhamuke nazo. Okokuqala inhlelo abachaze ngokuthi izinhlelo zesikhathi eside, long term, kanye nezinhlelo zesikhathi nje esiphakathi nendawo kanye nezinhlelo zesikhashana ukuthi iziphi abaye baqhamuka nazo. Ngakho uchazile ufakazi ukuthi njengomnyango baqhamuke nezinhlelo eziningi obaye bazisebenzisa ukuze babuke ukuthi zikhona yini izindawo abangazithuthukisa khona edolobheni ukuze kwakhiwe. Kodwa ukuze bakwenze lokho kudingeka balandele lokho kuthiwa amaplani edolobha, town plans. Kuneyinqubo zakhona nazo okufanele zilandelwe. Lezi inqubo azisheshi, akukhona ukuthi uma ufake isicelo manje ukulandela izinqubo kuzokwenzeka ngokusheshsha. Ingakho bekufake lokhu ngaphansi kwe long term kwesikhathi eside ngoba kuthatha cishe izinyanga ezingu-24 ngesinye isikhathi. Ingakho ke baye baqhamuka nabeluleki ama consultant abasizayo ukuze kusheshiswe kulandelelwe ukuthi kuba khona yini ukwakhiwa. Ulishilo ke igama lenye yendawo lapho sebeqalile khona ngamakamelo angu-242 nawo ukubonakala ukuthi mancane kakhulu. Kodwa ke phela ngoba banenhloso yokuthi bakhe izindawo ezikwazi ukukhokheleka abantu bengakwazi ukuzikhokhela baphezulu kwalowo mbidlango ke njengamanje wokuzama. Kodwa yize kunjalo into ebaluleke kakhulu ukuthi balandele inqubo ye town plan ngoba iyona eyisiqondiso ekwenzeni lokho nasekwakheni lezo zindlu.
Chair, I'm alive to the time, can I just get indulgence just to finish this
Yes.
point so that I can get an
Yes.
appropriate time? Now, on the specific project, that first one, on the report there, because I think the commission would need concrete issues, because when I look at this report, it makes reference to last year's dates. Can you just provide an up-to-date status of this project as at February or March this year? Because everything there makes reference to 2023. Where are we on this project?
We are finalizing the process of appointing the consultants. And let me go back to the progress that has been indicated. The progress was indicating that we've advertised. As in government, we have to advertise to give everyone an equal opportunity. According to Section 217 of the Constitution, we have to be fair and transparent. And we then have to follow a briefing session. That's why you see those dates there. And the bid closes, and therefore you need to then, whatever submissions that you've received, you need to evaluate them. So we've planned that before the end of this month, which is Q3, we would have finalized the evaluation for us to appoint consultants. we have to go through our Executive Adjudication Committee, which is called EAC, to be able to approve or for us to get an appointment letter that is signed by the accounting officer for the consultants to be able to proceed with that work. And therefore, they will be able to start with the process of town planning or preparing the land for development. And therefore, in the same token, would then be able to apply for funding so that we are able to start the process of finalizing the town planning process, because of this funding required to prepare the land and to finalize all the requirements in terms of planning. Apply for funding so that by the time the consultants are finalize the process, we are able then to hit the ground without having to apply at the end. So currently, we are at the stage where we're finalizing the appointment or the evaluation process to appoint the consultants and also asking for funding.
Ummeli ke ube secela ukuthi akakathi ukuchaza ngoba uma ilokhu ebuka lapha izinsuku ezibhaliwe ezangonyaka ka2023 kanti ikhomishani njengoba ilalele ifuna ubufakazi obuphathekayo. Zikhona yini izinto eziphathekayo angazibeka ezithebeni zekhomishani ukuthi nakhu esesikwenzile kulonyaka ka2024? Uchazile ufakazi ukuthi ngokwale project ngokukhethekile akhulume ngaye ekuqaleni sebesemaphethelweni nayo empeleni sebezoyiphothula ngoba sebelapho bese zingeni lokuthi baqoke lokho kubizwa ukuthi ama consultant ilapho manje bekhona sebekwenzile okufanele kwenziwe ngoba ngaphambi kokuthi uqoke labo bantu ababizwa ukuthi ama consultant into yokuqala okufanele uyenze ngokusho komthetho sisekelo ku217 ukuthi kufanele ukwenze isikhangiso ukhangise kuqala emphakathini ukuthi na umsebenzi okhona bese okwesibili wenza lokho kuthiwa i-briefing uxoxe nabo labo bantu kubonakala ukuthi yini abazoyiletha njengosizo bese okwesithathu kwenziwa evaluation ukubahlaziya labo bantu ukuthi bayafaneleka yini kube ke sekuthathwa kusiwa ku-EAC okuyiyona ebisigunyaza ukuthi nangwe simqokayo ozodihlinzeka ngalolu sizo esilidingayo. Ngakho njengamanje sebekwenzile ke nokuthi bafake izicelo zezimali zoxhaso lwezimali ngoba abafuni ukuthi uma sekuqokwe umuntu ukuthi nango ozosebenza kube ima besayocela izimali. Ngakho babone kungcono ukuthi abacela izimali zibe khona ngakho manje lapho bekhona basebesethubeni lokuthi aqokwe nje lokho okuthiwa ama consultant bese umsebenzi uqhubeka.
I know you said this is a long term, but what is the anticipated date or period within which this project will be able to be used to deal with the issues in the inner city?
The process, because of now we are in 2024, the units based on the town planning processes and timeframes can only be available around the end of 2025 and beginning of 2026.
Uyaqonda ukuthi lenqubo ayivami ukusheshsha ngempela iye ithatha isikhashana kodwa akakasibeke esithombeni ukuthi ngokwesikhathi sikuphi ke njengamanje. Ngakho uyachaza ufakazi ukuthi ngokwale nqubo okukhona kuyo njengamanje cishe lakho kuthiwa ama unit noma lezi zindawo zingaze zitholakale cishe ngasekupheleni kuka 2025 noma ekuqaleni kuka 2026.
Chair, this might be the most appropriate time for us to take a tea break.
Yes, we'll take a short tea adjournment and reconvene at 11:45.
Thank you. Right. Thanks, Mr. Poppy. So that is. Ramojaki. So before we took the T adjournment, you took the commission to an example of a long-term plan, which you are saying you anticipate it to yield results sometime in 2025. Now, in page 494 or 495, we now make reference to what you call a medium term. Can you, just before we get into the details of that plan, how is different as a medium term from a long term solution?
The difference between the long-term solution and the medium-term solution is that medium-term, there are structures or there are buildings that are readily available, where the city is engaging with the owners or the city is engaging with the stakeholders of those structures for us to get them into the city's asset register and for us to be able to tenant. These are buildings that we don't have to build from scratch. They are buildings that are available. That's the medium-term solution. But the issue is that we are doing a due diligence for us to be able to assess whether it's a viable moment or the price is good and we can negotiate. And negotiations might take its own time and merit.
Okay. Maybe let's go to paragraph 3.7 of your statement. Part of that paragraph has been redacted. You make a point that you have identified 5 properties
Yes,
that are currently owned by a private entity.
yes.
And you are saying in that paragraph that you are conducting a due diligence on those entities. Where is the process?
The process is underway in terms of the due diligence, and we want to finalize this process by the end of May, so that we are able to take over these buildings and tenant them. Meaning that we want to finish all the negotiations in terms of price, in terms of the properties themselves, and also having to follow processes through our entity, which is the custodian of our asset register, JPC, Johannesburg Property Company, because of they also need to follow their own processes. The transactions committee, it must go through our own committees called the Technical Cluster, Submayoral, Mayoral, Section 79, and Council. So those are the processes or areas that we need to ensure that we get through those processes or through those committees for us to get an approval for the city to be able to buy from these private owners and tenant the properties.
Ramoja.
Moeledi re se sedumedi o ile a botsa mosupi re Poppy gore fa go tloa mo kganyeng ya pele ga go tsa nako ya go ikhutsa o na tlhalosa kganya leano go kgotsa polane ya nako e telele e le long term plan jaanong na botsa gore ha re a go tsebe number 495 gore e bua ka leano la nako ya mo magareng gore jaanong e farologane jang le nako ya nako ya lobaka lo lolele re Poppy o ile a tlhalosa gore fa go tloa mo leano la nako ya mo magareng kgotsa medium term plan e farologane ka la gore dikago di setse di le teng mafaratlhatlha a setsa le teng ka jalo toropo e buisana le beng ba lefelo beng ba kago ga se gore jaanong toropo e tshwanetse go e simolole go aga go tswa kwa tshimologong gona le mopharologano ke go dika go di setse di le teng jaanong se le go se saletse toropo go se dira ke go dira go leba dintlha ka mo go feletseng kgotsa se re se bitsang due diligence me dilo tse di tshwanang le gore ba tle ba ngangisane ka ditlhwatlhwa e gore e tla nna bokae jalo le jalo ke mo le gore ba batla dintlha tsotlhe tse di maleba gore di tle di tsamaisiwe mme moeledi re sedumedi o ile mo go potsa mo tsebe 397 gore ga jaana go setse go na le dikago di le 5 tse le gore toropo ile a di leba mme ba batla go gore ba tle ba di dirise mo nakong eno ya leano la nako ya mo magareng. Re popular tlhalosa gore ke dikago tse 5 tse le go di teng mme ke tsa ditheo tsa private ka jalo gone jaanong tsamaiso e le gore e mo teng e le gore re sedumedi yana botsa ka yone gore ba tsamela kae o na tlhalosa mosupi gore ga jaana ba setse ba le mo tsamaisong ya due diligence ka bafoko a mangwe ba batla go tlhomamisa gore ba diragatsa dintlha tsotlhe tse di maleba mme o tla tlhalosa gape gore ba lebeletse gore kwa boelong jwa May dilo tsotlhe di tshwanetse be le gore di apere tshiamo ka mafoko a mangwe dilo tse di tshwana le go ngangisana ka ditlhwatlhwa go leba ka dikago jalo le jalo di tshwanetse be le gore di diragaditswe di weditswe ka kgwedi ya May ka gonne o na tlhalosa gore fa ba sena go fetsa karolo ya bone fa ba isa ko setheo se le go se ka fa tlase ga bone e leng JPC le bone ba tshwanetse gore ba diragatse ditsamaiso tsa bone ka jalo gape ba tshwanetse ba diragatse dikabelo tsa bone segolo jang fa go tloa mo dikomiting di le mmalwa tse le go di teng dikomiti tse tshwana le komiti ya ratoropo ya subcluster ya section 79 jalo le jalo e tlabe le gore he morago ga ba fetsa ditsamaiso tseno di tlabe di wela ge mo JPC mmogo le dikomiti tseo tse di farologaneng.
Right, Mr. Pope, you know, before your testimony, there has been other witnesses from the city that, for good reasons, they've raised issues of costs and budget as a hindrance to some of the things that they would have loved to have done as part of addressing this issue. So I hear you talking about this matter must go to council. Is there a budget for, I mean, assuming your due diligence yields positive results, is there a budget for the department to be able to acquire these buildings?
The department, I think I explained earlier in my statement that when we do these processes, we approach the Department of Human Settlements. The Department of Human Settlements has a budget under the emergency fund where we apply for funding for us to be able to buy these buildings and tenant them. And that's when the funding gets approved and it's allocated to the city for us to be able to move forward. And I need to also give perspective that we've applied for various areas in the past, including an area called Kazeni, Kwamaimai, where we had challenges. And we received approvals and funding was redirected to ourselves. So there is a positive view from government or from national to support the city to be able to alleviate this problem. So budget from that perspective would not be a challenge because of the plan would be there and the business case would have been made after we finalize the due diligence. And as and when we follow the processes of council will also ask the question, mayoral will ask the question, is there funding? We need to produce the letters that we have exchanged with national as well as provincial for us to be able to garner support and the funding elements to be able to buy these buildings.
Moeledi o ile a tlhalosa gore pele ga gore mosupi re Phophi a tle fano go tla go nela bosupi bangwe ba ile ba tla fano go tla go tlhalosa gore matshwenyego magolo a bana le one a malebana le ditlhwatlhwa ditshenyegelo le tekanyetsokabo gore ke tsone tse di kgoreletsang gore ba kgone go akofisa kgang eno ya bonno jwa batho. Jaanong o na mmotsa ka tlhamalalo gore a gona le tekanyetsokabo ya gore ba ka kgona go bona dikago tse go buileng ka tsone. Fa a araba mosupi la tlhalosa gore rile ra ya kwa lefapheng la bosetšhaba la bonno jwa batho kgotsa Department of Human Settlements mme go ya ka bone tekanyetsokabo e teng ka gonne go na le se ba se bitsang thuso ya ditšhelete ya maemo a tshoganyetso kgotsa emergency fund. Jaanong e re ka lefapha la bosetšhaba le na le tekanyetsokabo e ya mofuta o kgotsa thuso eno ya maemo a tshoganyetso e ka kgona gore e thuse lefapha la bone la toropo gore ba kgone go diragatsa maikarabelo a bone. Gape o ne a tlhalosa gore ba ile ba dira dikopo mo dikagong tse di farologaneng go tshwana le ko Kazeni kwa Maimai jalo le jalo le fa gone go ile ga nna le dikgoreletsi le dikgwetlho ba ile ba kgona go dira jalo ka gonne ba itse gore ba na le kemonokeng ya lefapha la ga se bothata ka gonne lefapha la bosetšhaba la bonno jwa batho lo tlhalositse gore di tlile go ba tshegetsa ebile tota ba tlile go ba ema nokeng mme o ne a tlhalosa gore fa e le gore ratoropo kgotsa ba lekgotla ba botsa gore re ka di tlisa dintlha tseno le dirile due diligence ya lona le dirile sengwe le sengwe a jaanong madi a teng ba ka kgona go tlhalosa ka phepafalo ba tlhatswegile pele gore lefapha la bosetšhaba le tlile go ba thusa ka madi ao go ba kgone go diragatsa maikarabelo ao.
Now, you say you anticipate that the due diligence will be done by May.
That's correct.
Now, for the comfort of the commission, after May, when is the assuming of course that your due diligence comes out positive, what will be the anticipated time for at least these 5 projects to be realizable for the city?
The estimated timeframes would be the end of August, Chair, purely because we have to go through the clusters, mayoral Section 79 and council, and finalization of documents and transfers through the deeds office so that the properties are now transferred into the city's asset register. Would then, by August, have finalized those processes like we've done with any other process. It takes us at most 6 months for us to finalize such a process.
Moledi o ile a botsa gore jaanong mosupo tlhalositse gore due diligence ya bone go diragatsa dilo tse ba di tlhokang tsotlhe tsa semolao go tla bo go editswe ka kgwedi ya May a go ntse jalo o rile yalo mosupo tlhalositse gore go ntse jalo jaanong moledi wa motsa gore fa e le gore ruri seno se a direga gore le wetsa tiro ya lona ya go leba dintlha tsotlhe ka kgwedi ya May go lebeletswe gore jaanong porojeke eno kgotsa tiro eno e tla wediwa leng mosupuna a tlhalosa gore ba lebeletse gore kwa boelong jwa August e tla be le gone fa e le gore tiro ya bone e tla be e weditswe lebaka ke ka gonne go tsa dikgwedi di ka nna 6 gore ba kgone go diragatsa dilo tsotlhe ka gonne sa ntlha e tshwanetse gore e ye ko kgotleng e ye ko dikomiting tsa ratoropo tse tshwana le Section 79 jalo le jalo gape di-documente di tshwanetse go di baakangwe le gore di rulaganngwe sentle dilo tse di tshwanang le title deed le tsone di tshwanetse go di nne teng mme di-documente tseno di tshwanetse go di tsenye mo registereng ya toropo ka jalo tiro eno yotlhe e tlile go tsa gantsi ya tle e tsaya dikgwedi di le 6 go ya ka maitemogelo a bone a di ka go tsa nako e fetileng.
Chair, just for the record, the table on page 395 has been redacted to hide the building name and address and a property description, but the number of units has been left unredacted. That's first. And secondly, on paragraph 3.7, the identity of the current owner of the properties have been redacted on a particular
Yes.
properties. Now, on the same page 495, remember, for now, in the last segment, you're dealing with the properties that you are conducting a due diligence on. You've just explained where that process is. But now you've got a second category of another medium-term projects, right? Under paragraph 3.9. And you make a point there that in paragraph 3.9, you accept the fact that in as much as there are all these plans, but time is of the essence, right? There might be something needs to happen now, pending all these due diligences, pending all those town plannings that we make reference to in the earlier segment. Now, we then outline what the plans are now. You just explain to the chair without divulging the names of the buildings. What is this current plan that you're talking about? Appearing on page, start on page 495 and it flows into page 496.
The plan or the solution that has been provided in the statement clearly indicates that the city has finalized the due diligence, has engaged with the property owners. We are at the stage where we are following the transaction committee from JPC, and we also going to take these processes through the technical cluster, sustainable cluster, mayoral, and then council for approval. And funding has been made available or has been set aside for these properties. So in essence, based on the approvals, one would indicate that within the next 3 months, the process should be completed so that we can tenant or allocate these units.
Moedi o ile a tlhalosa gore o go go ya ka statement se se leng teng mo tsebe 495 go na le dintlha tse le gore di phimitswe kgotsa di kabilwe lebaka ke ka gonne ke kgang ya khupa marama e leng tafole e mo tsebe 495 ga mmogo le maina a beng ba dikago mo serapa 3.7 jaanong moledi o ile a tlhalosa gore fa go tloa mo kganyeng ya porojeke ya nako ya mo magareng e simololang mo tsebe 495 mme ya ko 496 re ka re dithulaganyo gone jaanong di tsamela kae re mo kae mo tsamaisong eno ya leano leno mosupile a tlhalosa gore tota fa o leba ditsebe tseno o tla lemoga gore toropo e setse e feditse e weditse go diragatsa maikarabelo a yone kgotsa go leba dintlha tsotlhe le go di diragatsa ka mafoko a mang go dira due diligence mme gape gone jaanong ba mo seemo sa gore gone jaanong ba emetse ditsamaiso tse le go di dirwa ke JPC gape di tshwanetse go tle di fitiwe mo dikomiti tse di farologaneng tsa setegeniki tsa ratoropo jalo le jalo gape o na tlhalosa gore thuso ya madi e setse e bone madi a setsa le teng gore fa karolo eo ya JPC e setse weditswe ba ka kgona gore ba bone dikago tseno le gore ba tle ba di dirise jaanong fa a tlhalosa nako lobaka la nako go tloga jaanong go a pele o le a tlhalosa mosupi gore o lebeletse gore mo dikgweding di le tharo tsamaiso eno yotlhe e tlabe setse weditswe.
But now, you make a point in paragraph 3.11 when you speak about these specific buildings that, and just mention now that as well that we are going to tenant them. But you make a point that we are going to tenant persons that meet the criteria. All right? Can you just explain that, because we don't want a situation where at now we are back to square one. What do you mean when you say you are only going to tenant those that meet the criteria, and what that criteria is?
There are two folds. One is that we have evacuated people from 80 Albert Street, and people qualify for affordable rental. They are able to pay. We are going to prioritize those people. There are people who are coming from a building called Delvas. We are going to prioritize those who qualify in terms of affordable rental. There are people who we've evacuated from Remington House. We are going to prioritize those people. There are other people or there are other families that we've evacuated from other buildings and various areas in terms of our temporary emergency accommodation that we are going to afford them the opportunity to be able to rent in these affordable rental units. And let me explain what do we mean by affordable rental units. The average cost within the inner city in terms of you getting an apartment, a one-bedroom apartment or two-bedroom apartment, is around 5,000 rand. And for most of these families, they are unable to afford the 5,000 rand. And we want to tap into this market and indicate that we can then provide accommodation for at least as much as 1,500 rand. That will be able to sustain them, for them to be able to use some of this income or some of their income to be able to do other things rather than having to take the entire income, because of that is the challenge that we have in the inner city. So the affordable rental product will be meant for people who are unable to afford the 5,000, but prioritizing those that we are evacuating. and those that we are still going to evacuate. We are doing assessments in other areas as well on buildings that we need to evacuate. I hope I've answered your question.
Moiledi o ile a lebisa mosupi mo serapa 3.11 mo e le gore go ya ka se a se tlhalositseng fano ke gore dikago tseno maikaelelo a gore di nne teng ke go di hirisetsa batho jaanong batho ba ile gore ba tshwanelege jaanong na botsa gore fa o re batho ba ba tshwanelegang tota wa bo bua ka bomang ka gonne ga re batle gore re iphitlhele re boetse morago go na le tlhakatlhakano ya gore ke bomang ba ba tshwanelegang go bona dikago tse tsa mofuta o na tlhalosa gore mosupile a tlhalosa gore go gabedi sa ntlha re tla gopola gore batho ba ile gore ba nna ko 80 Albert ba ile ba ntshiwa re ile ra ba ntsha ko teng batho ba ba tswang ko Remington House ba ba tswang ko Delvas le bone ba ile ba ntshiwa ko dikagong tseno mme mo gare ga batho ba ba ntseng jalo go na le batho ba ile gore ba ka kgona go duela rente e le gore e tlhwatlhwa tlase kgotsa ba ka kgona go e duela ka gonne o ne a tlhalosa gore ga tlhalosa ka gore rente e kgona go duelega kgotsa affordable rental ke ka gonne mo gare ga toropo ka kakaretso kgotsa palogare ya unity gore o e bone e ka tswa e le diphaposi tsa marobalo tse pedi o tshwanetse o duele mo e ka nna 5,000 rand jaanong batho ba le bantsi ga ba kgone go duela madi a kalo ka gonne fa e le gore ba dira jalo e tlile go tsaya letseno lotlhe jaanong bone e le toropo ba tlile ka thulaganyo ya gore ga e le gore go na le batho ba batlang go duela dirente tsa mofuta o le fa go ntse jalo ga ba kgone ke mo e le gore affordable rental ya tla mo e le gore ba lebeletse gore motho yo mo uniting mo gare ga toropo e le gore a ka ba duela 5,000 rand mo go yone jaanong o tlile go duela madi a kana ka 1,500 so seno se tla ba thusa fela thata gore madi otlhe a seke a fella mo go hireng ka jalo ke se le gore o se tlhalosa mme o solofela gore o itlhalositse sentle.
Right. But still on that paragraph 3.11, you make reference to the fact that in as much as you will be tenanting these persons that have been displaced from Usindiso amongst others, that would not necessarily amount to queue jumping. Can you just explain that? Because I think the previous witnesses as well, and there's been common cause in various judgments, that we need to guard against queue jumping on the housing list. So how will this decanting of people from Remington, Usindiso, vis-a-vis, how does it relate to the concept of queue jumping?
I'm going to explain this in a three programmatic way. The first one being, we need to take into account that the city has evacuated people from a building because of it's not habitable or the building is not sustainable for people to live in. We've put them into a temporary structure. We need to take responsibility of ensuring that we prioritize those people that we have put into those temporary facilities and put them into buildings because of affordability. And second of all, it will create or open up spaces for us to evacuate more buildings that are in the same state or worse. But in the same token, we are not providing this accommodation for free. It's accommodation that is rented and it's for people who are able to afford the rental that we'll be charging. The issue of the queue jumping comes into a space where you're affording or you're allocating people houses that have been built by government, and they've been built by government for free. For instance, we call them your RIDP or RDP in terms of them having to benefit and own those properties. And somebody who has applied in 2024 is allocated above a person who has applied in 1996. That's queue jumping. And for us to be able to afford the affected people within these buildings, we are affording them the opportunity to be able to rent a property, legally so, not illegal. So the government would have made a solution or created a solution for us not to have a squalor or people having to pay rent or monies to people who are not owners of buildings, who hijack buildings. And this would also attract the private sector in the space to be able to work with government, because of government would have initiated a space for us to be able to deal with the issue.
jaanong moledi o na o lebisa gape mo go serapa 3.11 mo mosupiana tlhalosa gore kgang ya go tlola go kgotsa go tsenelela mo moleng mo kgang ya mo lenaneng la tsa matlo e ka seke ya nna teng mo baaging bano jaanong o na mmotsa gore ba tlile go thibela seno jang ka gonne kgang ya go tsenelela ke tlhobaboroko mosupina a tlhalosa gore o batla gore a arabe ka ditsela di le tharo kgotsa karabo ya teng e ka ditsela tse tharo sa ntlha a tlhalosa gore toropo e ntshitse batho mo dikagong tse e le gore ga di nisege kgotsa ga di tshwanelege gore batho ba ka nna mo go tsone jaanong batho bao ke bone ba e le gore ba tshwanetse gore ba nne mo lenaneng la ntlha-ntlha ka gonne go botlhokwa gore ba tle ba bone mafelo a tshwanetseng re gopole gore ba isitse ko mafelong a nakwana a ile gore ba nna ko gone ka jalo bone ba tshwanetse gore ba bele kwa tshimologong mme gape seno se tla bula sebaka gore ba ka kgona gore ba ntshe batho go dikagong tse dingwe tse di seng maleba mme ba be mo mafelong a siameng a ba gatelela kgang ya gore madulo ano manno ano ga se mahala a tlile go duelwa mme a tlile go duela ka tlhwatlhwa e le gore kgona go duelega jaanong o na tlhalosa gore kgang ya gore batho ba tsenelele ba bangwe e bakiwa thata ke matlo a mahala a ile gore puso ya aga ka fa tlase ga dithulaganyo tse di tshwana le IRDP kgotsa RDP e ka sekai motho yo le gore o ile a ikwadisetsa ntlo ka 1994 a ikwadisetsa ntlo ya mahala ya puso mme o bo fitlhela gore ga ise a bone ntlo le fa go ntse jalo motho yo le gore o ikwadisitse a re ka ngwaga wa 1996 ene jaanong o na le ntlo go raya gore yono wa 1996 o tseneletse yo le gore o ikwadisitse ntlo pele ka jalo mo thulaganyong eno seno se ka sa nna gone ka gonne batho ba tlile go duela rente ka jalo go raya gore batho ba tlile go nna mo lefelong leo ka tsela ya semolao ebile ba tlile go tshwanela gore ba duele madi a go hira lefelo leo so seno se tlile go thusa thata le go efoga bothata jwa dikago tse di thukutilweng ka gonne toropo e tlile go tlhomamisa gore batho ba ba nnang ko ke batho le gore ba tshwanelega go dula mo teng.
Now, that program that you just heard about is part of your medium term that is readily available. You said, I think, in the next 3 months or so.
That's correct.
That's when this process would have yielded positive results. But you made a point that obviously you're still verifying persons who must occupy these buildings. But now, as of now, in paragraph 3.12, you are saying, whilst you are still busy verifying eligibility of persons, there are other structures that are in place. I think the colloquial term has been temporary emergency accommodation. Right? We'll talk in length about it in the next segment, but I think just for the purpose of this decanting process, what is it that the city has put in place whilst it's still verifying the eligibility of people to move into these other buildings?
We have created an area called Denver or Shalazile Camp, where we've built structures and we relocated people there for them to be able to be housed there as an emergency accommodation. And the purpose is for them not to be displaced, and it's for them not to find themselves homeless and create a further problem for the city and affect the business of private people or people that are having their own rental accommodation within the space. It's for the city to take a responsibility to house those affected families. But second of all is that once we finalize the issue of these buildings, we are then prioritizing those who qualify to those areas. But simply put is that these areas are temporary they're going to assist the city to be able to decant and relocate people into permanent structures in the future for us to be able to deal with this challenge that we have before us. And as I've outlined, the more we deal with private buildings and hand them over to owners, owners will then be able to refurbish or rehabilitate and assist government in terms of creating more affordable rental accommodation within the space.
Moeledi Sedumedi o ile a tlhalosa gore fa ile go utlwe sentle kgang ya medium term project ke e tlile go wela mo dikgwedi di le tharo a go ntse jalo mosupi ile a tlhalosa gore e go ntse jalo jaanong o ile mo lebisa mo serapa 3.12 mo ile gore mo kganye e mosupi a e tlhalosang gore ba santse ba tlhotlhomisa ba seka batho ba ba tshwanelegang go ka bona dikago tseno o kgotsa go ka bona madula a ntseng jalo ke eng se le gore toropo ga jana ya se dira fa ba ntse ba tlhotlhomisa batho ba ba tshwanelegang o na tlhalosa mosupi gore go na le dikago tsa nakwana tse le gore batho ba buile go tsone e leng kwa Delva le kwa kgotsa kwa Shalazile camp jaanong ko ke lefelo la nakwana le le go ba buile go lone mme lebaka la go ba dirile jalo lefelo la nakwana boikaelelo ke gore batho ba seke ba ntshiwa mo kago mme ba sena ko ba yang teng kgotsa ba tlhoke legae gape go tlile go thusa go tila gore fa batho bano ba sena mo ba ka yang teng ba ka kgona go ama dikgwebo tsa batho ba ile gore ba hirisa dikago tsa bone ka tsela e botlhoko ka jalo fa ba le ko lefelong leo seo se thusa gore go seke ga nna le tlhakatlhakano jaanong a tlhalosa gore fa ba setse ba konoseditse kgang ya go tlhotlhomisa batho ba ile gore ba tshwanelega ba tlile go ba batho bao kwa ntlhentlheng e tlile go nna bona batho ba ntla gore ba kgone go bona lefelo le le matshwanedi mme o ne a gatelela gore re gopole gore madulo a ba leng ko gone ke a nakwana mme fa ba setse ba kgonne go bona kago ebile ba kgonne go bona batho ba ba beeletsang batho ba ile gore ba tlhabolola lefelo le go le baakae seo se tlile go thusa toropo fela thata gore ba kgone go tsenya batho mo mafelong mo dikagong tse le gore go ka nna molemo kgotsa ba ka kgona gore ba di duelele.
On more than one occasion, we have been making reference to prioritization or prioritizing people that must be relocated to these new settlements that you're talking about. What informs this prioritization that you're talking about?
The prioritization is informed based on the fact that we deal with other departments or entities within the city. We note that through our legal department, there have been cases or there have been areas or buildings that have been coded to be dangerous or red-coded buildings, amber and some are green. But it prioritizes a process to say, let's evacuate the people from these places and put them into temporary emergency accommodation so that we don't find ourselves in a disastrous situation. Hence, the city has identified a few of these areas where we can be able to relocate people or de-densify people or evacuate people from these buildings so that we can prioritize their lives and we can prioritize the city not being in a disastrous situation.
Moeledi o ile a re gangwe le gape mosupi o nna a ntse a bua ka go baa kwa pele kgotsa go prioritizing go beela kwa pele batho ba ile gore ba tshwanetse go ba fudisiwa jaanong o na mmotsa gore ke eng se le gore se dira gore kwa bofelong le itse gore batho bano ke bone mosupi le a tlhalosa gore ba dirisana le mafapha a farologaneng mme lefapha la tsa semolao legal department ya bone e dula e ba tlhagisa ka dikago tse le gore dikotsi tse le gore ba di bitsa di-red coded buildings ka mafoko a mangwe batho ba le gore ba nna ko mafelong ano ke mafelo a ile gore tota ga matsholo a bone a mo kotsing ka bo bone o na nna sekai ka mafelo a tshwanang le amber le summer green ka jalo maikaelelo magolo ke gore batho ba mofuta o ba tshwanetse gore ba tle ba fudusiwe e le gore ba ka kgona go boloka matshelo a bone ebile ba kgone go bona mafelo a siameng. Ka jalo dilo tse di ntseng jalo ke tsone tse di ba thusang go lemoga gore ke batho ba mofuta ofe ba e le gore ba tshwanetse gore ba beele kwa pele.
On your statement, there's no reference to a list of red-coded, amber, green, whatever method that you use to prioritize. Are you able in due course to provide the commission with the list of the areas that for now you are prioritizing as qualifying to be evacuated?
I will provide that list. That list is generated from our group forensics and investigation unit together with the legal department. I'll request for that list and I'll make it available.
Moeledi o ile a tlhalosa gore mosupi o bua ka dikago tse le gore dikotsi kgotsa tse le gore ba di theetsa ba re ke red coded buildings le fa go ntse jalo ga gona lenane la tsone mo bosuping jalo gore o bonetse yaanong a ba mmotsa gore a ka kgona gore mo nakong e sa fediseng pelo a ka kgona go romela commission lenane la tsone le gore ba dira jang ke thulaganyo efe e ba e dirisang gore ba kgone go itse gore ke ba fe ba ba tshwanetse go ba beele kwa pele. Mosupi a tlhalosa gore o tla dira jalo ka gonne lenane leo le kwalwa ke ba group forensics investigation unit ya bone ka jalo o tla kopana le bone mme a kgone go bona lenane leo mme a le romelle commission.
On this short-term program with these buildings that the TEAs, what is the capacity of, are they, because you do indicate in that table that to demonstrate to the commission the persons that have been evacuated into those structures already. Have they reached full capacity?
They have not reached full capacity. We still have spaces, but these spaces, we don't pronounce them because they will create problems of congestion or people relocating themselves there. But we still have spaces that we can accommodate people. Hence, the buildings or prioritization list is quite important for us to be able to note which buildings we are going to evacuate next.
Moeledi o ile a tlhalosa mo kganyeng ya nako e khutshwane kgotsa leano la nako e khutshwane short term go na le mo tafoleng go na le dithulaganyo tse ba setse ba dirile go fodisa batho tse di bidiwang di-TEA jaanong o ne a botsa gore a dikago tseno tse le gore ba fodisitswe mo go tsone a di tletse na batho ba tsene mo go tsone ka mo go feletseng. Mosupi o ne a tlhalosa gore nnyaa go santse go na le mafelo mangwe a e le gore a teng dibaka tse dintse le go di teng tse le gore ga di atladiwa ke batho le fa go ntse jalo ga ba batle gore ba tle ba di phatlalatse tshedimosetso e ntse jalo ka gonne seo se tlile go dira gore batho ba bangwe ba batle go tsenelela dikago tseo mme ba nne ka tsela e seng ka fa molaong ka jalo tsone di teng le fa go ntse jalo tshedimosetso ya teng e fitlhilwe e le gore ba ka kgona gore ba dire dithulaganyo tsa bone ka tsela e tshwanetseng le gore ka nako e le gore ba tlhoka go fodisa batho mo mafelong a mangwe go agwa ko ao a le gore a santse le teng ba ka kgona go dira jalo ntle le dikgoreletsi.
Now, I've done a quick calculation. Trust me, I'm a lawyer. I know lawyers can has it with numbers. But if I add up the units in paragraph 3.10, I get a figure of 687, right? 687 units that are available. I added the due diligence ones is 479. And then lastly, what you call short term, the ones that are in the TAs. The number that I have is 3,300. Now, obviously, without the benefit of the list, the red list or amber list that you are talking about, are these spaces sufficient to deal with the challenges of occupants from the bed buildings in the inner city?
The buildings themselves, if you add the two numbers, the 600 and the 687 and the 479, it's almost 1.1. It's not enough, but the temporary structures or areas that we want to decant people to, which is about 3,300. If you look on page 496 and 497, when you add the capacity that we have there, we will be able to evacuate at least 3,300 families. And where we are evacuating people from, we would be assisted by the owners or by ourselves when we own those buildings to redevelop those areas into affordable rental accommodation so that we can accommodate more people, or we can be able to lessen the burden within the inner city. But the temporary areas would assist the city to be able to deal with the congestion or the inhabitable manner that people are living in. So in short, the areas identified for TAs would assist the city to evacuate in buildings that are affected.
Mweledi o ile a re o dirile dipalopalo ka ka bonakonyana go bona gore ke unity di le kae tsele go di teng. O na tlhalosa gore fa o leba mo serapa 310 go na le di-unity di le 687 mo tafoleng eo. Mme jaanong di-unity tse kgotsa mafelo a e le gore ba setse ba dirile due diligent jaanong one a ka nna bo 479 mme di-TA tsone e ka nna bo 3,300. Potso ke gore jaanong ha go bapisiwa dikago tse le gore di mo red coded list jaaka ba teile dikago tseno ka leina leo, a re ka re di mafelo a badilweng ano a tlile go lekana go kgona go mekamekana le kgwetlho ya dikago tse di maswe tse le gore di teng mo toropong, gore fa e le go bantsha batho mo dikagong tseno a ba go tlile go nna le mafelo a lekaneng mo le gore ba ka ba fudisetsa ko go one. Mosupi fa a tlhalosa o ile a re fa o tsa dipalo tseno tsa di-unity tse mo 3.10 ga mmogo le tsa due diligence o tlile go fitlhela gore di dira mo e ka nna 1,100 ya di-unity, ka jalo ga di a lekana. Le fa go ntse jalo dikago tsa nakwana tse le gore batho malapa a tlile go ntshiwa mme a fudisetse ko gone a kana ka 3,300 a tlile go nna teng. Jaanong fa o tsa matlo ano dikago tseno mafelo ao mmogo le 496 go buileng ka yone le 497 go buileng ka yone go a bona le gore di-TA tseno di tlile go thusa fela thata, mme gape o ile a tlhalosa gore toropo e tlile go thusa thata ke beng ba mafelo mmogo le dikago tse le gore puso ya direka ka bo bone e be di tlhabolola le go di baakanya. Mme tota o na tlhalosa gore di-TA ke tsone tse le go di tlile go thusa thata go kgona go rarabolola bothata jono jo e le gore bo ka nna teng.
Speaking of the engagements with or reliance on the private owners to assist, you make a point in paragraph 314 and 315 that you doubt if the city on its own would be able to resolve this issue of resolving the challenges faced by the occupants of bed buildings, and you make reference to the fact that you engage with the private sector, which is what we have just mentioned even now. But on paragraph 315, you make a comment about the challenges that you are experiencing with the private sector. What is that challenge?
The private sector, if we work in isolation, as government and the private sector, we won't solve the inner city problem. That's the first thing. And without engaging or agreeing with the private sector, we won't be able to accommodate those who afford and those who cannot afford. And the third issue is that if we consolidate all our efforts, we would then be able to move together in a precinct approach to fix the inner city. And we need to take into account that private sector is in business, and the exorbitant amounts that they are charging in terms of accommodation, most of the people or most of the families cannot afford. And we've tried in one of the buildings when Usindiso occurred to get beds or buildings. It was quite expensive for the city to be able to tenant or to rent the space from the private sector, purely because of it's unaffordable. And we would have been in a dangerous situation to have accommodated people in that structure or structures purely because of the exorbitant amount that they're charging. So for us to be able to deal with this issue, private sector and ourselves, we need to work together. For those who are unable to afford, we then need to provide the temporary emergency accommodation the way we are doing it now compared to previously. And second of all is that we would then partner to provide affordable rental accommodation as well as alleviating the problem or giving space to the private sector to take up those who are able to afford their properties or are able to afford whatever they're charging in terms of the space that they have.
Moeledi o la tlhalosa gore go lebega go ka e se ntse go bua ka sone fano gore toropo e ikaega ka beng ba mafelo ba poraefete gore ba tle ba thuse mo kganyeng eno. Jaanong o na mo lebisa ko serapa 3.14 le serapa 3.15. Mo 14 a tlhalosa gore wa belaela gore toropo ka bo yone fela e ka kgona go rarabolola bothata jono kwa ntle ga tirisano mmogo le setheo sa private. Le fa go ntse jalo mo 3.15 wa ngongorega ka gonne o tlhalosa gore ba na le dikgwetlo le ditheo tsa private. Jaanong o na tlhalosa gore o na botsa go dikgwetlo tseno ke dife tse le gore o bua ka tsone. Mosupu o ile a tlhalosa gore bothata ke gore puso le ditheo tsa private ba itirela dilo ka bo bone ba bereka ba le nosi ga ba dire mmogo. Jaanong o na tlhalosa gore fa ile gore ga gona ditherisano ga gona tirisano mmogo ba ka se kgone gore ba ne batho botlhe madulo a ile gore ba a tlhoka. Gape o na tlhalosa gore setheo sa private tota se mo kgwebong ya go dira tšhelete, mme ditlhwatlhwa tsa rente ya bone di kwa godimo thata mo le gore batho malapa le mantsi ga a kgone go ka duela. Tota le batho ba le gore ba ne ba ikaeletse go duela rente ga ba kgone go duela madi a ile gore a bitswa ke ditheo tsa private. Ka sekai o na tlhalosa gore mo tiragalong eo ya Usindiso toropo ile ya batla malao le marobalo go tswa ko ditheong tsa private, mme be le ba lemoga gore ditlhwatlhwa tsa bone di kwa godimo thata mo ile gore batho ba ka se kgone go a duelela. Ka jalo o ile a tlhalosa gore e le go ba kgone go rarabolola mathata ano le gore ba mekamekane le one go botlhokwa thata gore ba tle ba dirisane mmogo mo ile gore kwa bofelong fa ile gore go na le batho ba ba rileng ba ile go ba ka kgona go duela ditlhwatlhwa tse di bidiwang ke ditheo tsa private ba kana ba di duela. Le fa go ntse jalo fa ile gore go na le batho ba ile gore ba ka duela ba ka rata go duela mme e seng madi ao le bone ba kgone go thusiwa. So kgang kgolo ke gore tirisano mmogo le ditherisano di botlhokwa thata gore ba rarabolle bothata jono.
Despite this challenge of the private sector, you make mention of Remington Court as an example of the cooperation that you have with that owner. How is this different from whatever challenges that you've been experiencing with other private entities?
The issue is that once we evacuated Remington Court, we then requested or engaged with the landowner to secure the building, to ensure that there is no reinvasion. And we I've been advised by our group forensics unit that they are going to enter into an agreement with the building owner to ensure that the building is refurbished, is not left vacant, for it to be refurbished, and it should serve the purpose as initially approved for. And this is one of many, because the previous ones that we've done, for instance, Shungwa mentions, which is next to Lister Building, we ensured that the owner takes responsibility and they make sure that the building is habitable. So if we find and if we are able to engage and agree with private landowners to take over their buildings and do what they're supposed to be doing with them rather than leaving them to be open and vacant, it creates a problem. And this, in one way or the other, will deal with the inner city problem. I hope I've addressed that question.
Just lastly, before Mr. But how does that address the issue? Because you complained that the private sectors, they offer prices that are out of range with what these occupants can afford. So how is that different with whatever arrangements that you have with the Remington owner?
Would request the landowner to provide accommodation that will be affordable or within the range without taking them out of business, but to ensure that people are able to tenant or they are tenanted from these buildings that we evacuated people from, so that they are able to assist government in terms of tenanting or reducing the backlog.
Ramojagi?
Moeledi o ile a tlhalosa gore mosupi o ile a bua ka Remington Court jaaka sekai gore tota ba dirisana mmogo le bone sentle. Jaanong o ne a botsa gore pharologano ke eng fa monga lefelo la Remington Court yo le gore kwa poraefete o farologana jang le beng ba bangwe ba poraefete ba ile gore ba teng ba ile gore o ile a tlhalosa gore go na le dikgwetlho tse le gore ba lebane le tsone malebana le bone. Ona mosupi fa a tlhalosa o ile a re ba ile bana le ditherisano le monga lefelo wa poraefete gore monga kago fa ba sena go ntsha batho mo kagong eo a tle a tlhomise gore go na le legora le le dikologang kago eno gore batho ba seke ba batla go tsena gape ba tsenelela kago eno. Mme gape o ile a tlhalosa gore go ya ka group forensics ya bone ga jaana ba mo ditherisanong tsa go tsena mo tumalanong ya gore monga kago a tle a baakanye le go tlhabolola lefelo leo e le gore le ka nna lefelo le batho ba ka nna mo go lone ebile le lefelo le babalesegileng gore batho ba ka tsena ba nna mo go lone gape. Be o na tlhalosa gore se ba se dirang ke gore ba tlhomisa gore maikarabelo a go tlhabolola a go baakanya le go tlhomisa gore lefelo le ka nniwa ke batho maikarabelo ano a wela mo diatleng tsa monga kago. Gape seno se thusa ka gore fa monga kago a tsa maikarabelo ano se tla thusa gore go seke ga nna le dikago tse le gore ga di dirisiwe di na le diphatla mo le gore batho kwa bofelelong ba tlile go di tsenelela mme ba nne mo go one e se ka fa molaong. Le fa go ntse jalo moedidi o ile a batla go botsa gore jaanong kgang eno e bua ka yone ya Remington re tlhalosetse gore e baakanya jang kgotsa e rarabola jang bothata jo le gore le jone ka gonne pelenyana mosupi o ile a tlhalosa gore kgwetlho e le gore e teng le ba ditheo tsa poraefete ke ditlhwatlhwa tse di kwa godimo tse le gore ba di bitsa go hirisetsa batho. Jaanong kgwetlho eno e rarabololwa jang? O na tlhalosa mosupi gore se ba se dirang ke gore ba buisana le monga lefelo ebile ba mo kopa gore a tle a ba fe tlhwatlhwa e le gore ga e kwa godimo thata le fa go ntse jalo ga se tlhwatlhwa e le go e tlile go montsha mo kgwebong. Ka jalo ditherisano tse dintseng jalo di a thusa gore batho ba ile go ba batla go hira le fa go ntse jalo ba sa kgone go duela madi a kwa godimo a bewang ke beng ba dikago ba poraefete ba ka kgona go tsena mme le fa go ntse jalo ba duele rente e le go ba ka kgona go e duela. Mme ka jalo seno sa thusa thata gore kgwetlho eno e kgone go rarabolola.
All right. In the last segment, even in its evidence on paragraph 4 of this, you made reference to TAs. And I think it will be remiss of you not to elaborate further on TAs, because the commission has heard from the city of Johannesburg the challenges arising out of the provision of TAs, right? So just for the benefit of the commission, if you can just explain what governs in the city, what governs the provision of TAs, and what are the challenges that you have faced in the management of TAs?
The governance of tea in the city is through a policy which is called Temporary Emergency Accommodation that was approved by council. It was reviewed and was engaged with the public, and it was approved or revised or amended. That governs how TAs are managed. But the challenge that we have is that we've created or we've afforded people buildings.
Maybe before we get there, Mr. Poppy,
Sure.
in terms of this policy, at a higher level, what are the, for how long must people stay in a TAs, and what qualifies a person to be part of a TA?
The policy sets out the prescripts that it should be for a period of 6 months. And within 6 months, there should be an exit plan. Second of all is that people who are destitute or who are being evicted or were evicted from various places or buildings within their space, the city had to provide alternative accommodation. So it gave rise to TAs for us to be able to assess and assist the families to be able to find alternative accommodation, whether it's affordable or rental accommodation within the city. But that has not yielded results, in a sense that...
We'll get to that. Let's
Okay.
give Mr. Mojake a chance.
Moeledi o ile a kopa mosupi gore a tle a tlhalose mo go oketsegileng ka di-TA. Lebaka e le ka gonne commission e setse utlwile gore e na le dikgwetlho di le mmalwa, jaanong o na kopa gore a tle a tlhalosetse commission gore kgang eno ya TA e bereka jang. Sa ntlha ke gore TA go na le thulaganyo efe e e laolang kgotsa e le go ya e governor. La bobedi ke dikgwetlho di fetse le gore bone ka bo bone ba ile ba itemogelela tsone malebana le di-TA. Mosupuna a tlhalosa gore go na le policy e bidiwang temporary emergency accommodation kgotsa yone TEA e le gore e laola thulaganyo eno. Policy eno ile ya nitsetswa pula ke council, mme ile ya sekasekwa ya ba ya mametlelelwa go diriswa dithulaganyo tse di farologaneng jaaka gore e isiwe ko setšhabeng le gore e boele gape isiwe ko councileng. Ka jalo policy eno ke yone e laolang TEA. Yaanong o na kopa gore pele a kgakala a tlhalose moeledi le kopa go a tlhalose gore motho a ka nna mo TEA ka lebaka lo lo kana kang. Mosupile a tlhalosa gore nako e le gore motho a ka nna mo go yone ke dikgwedi di le 6 go ya ka policy e le gore e beile, mme ke batho ba ile gore ba ile ba lelekwa kgotsa ba ntshiwa mo dikagong. Batho ba ntseng jalo toropo e na le maikarabelo a gore e ba bonele mafelo a matshwanedi, e ka tswa e le gore ke lefelo la nakwana kgotsa ke lefelo le le gore motho o tlile go le hira mme a duele rente mo go lone.
Right. You said in terms of the policy, it's supposed to be 6 months and must be destitute people. But now, on page 499, you provide a commission with a table of the existing TAs. There's around about 9 of them. But when you look at the dates of occupation, they range from 2008 to 2020, which is quite outside of the 6 months that you envisaged in the policies. Why is that the case?
May you please repeat the last statement?
If the policy, your TA policy, says the persons must be there for a period of 6 months, as an example, not exceeding 6 months, because it's supposed to be a temporary measure. But when you look at that table of TAs, it indicates, as an example, let's use moth. What's the first one that I saw there? It's, yes, then, no, so my apologies. Old Pem building. Date of occupation was 2008. No, 96 Puteri Chava, 2020 Fraser House. That far exceeds our 6 months that you are saying is in the policy. Why is that the case?
The challenge is I think I need to indicate to the Commission that most of the people that have been evicted and the city has provided TEAs, they are represented. And for them being represented by legal fraternities or non-government organizations, we then engaged or agreed that we'll put them into those buildings, but we'll find ways of managing them within a period of 6 months and moving them out. But that has not been the case, purely because we were advised that we need to find permanent accommodation for them when we move them out of a building. We can't take them out into an informal settlement. We need to move them from one building to the other. For instance, take them into RGPs or give them permanent structures somewhere within the city, within a jurisdiction of 5 to 10 kilometer radius. And the city was unable to relocate or move those benefactors purely because we did not have any other buildings to relocate them to. We also had an NGO that was assisting us to be able to train and assist people to find jobs, or for them to be assisted with education of them being sustainable by themselves. To date, we still have those people in these facilities purely because there's no alternative. And hence, the issue of us not having provided TAs for a period of less than 6 months or 6 months, and to date we still have those people within those buildings, is purely because they see those buildings as permanent. And they're saying, if you move out of here, give us another alternative, which is another building. And we don't have those buildings. Why? That's why they're still there. We tried to evacuate or deal with some of the benefactors within the buildings, and we were taken to court to compel us to provide an alternative which is similar to the status of the accommodation that they're living in.
Moeledi o ile a isa mosupi ko tafoleng e mo tsebe 499 ke di-TA tse di setse di le teng mme di robongwe ka palo. Jaanong o ne a tlhalosa gore jaaka mosupi a tlhalositse gore di-TA thulaganyo ya teng ke gore batho ba dula mo go tsone dikgwedi di le 6. Le fa go ntse jalo, fa o leba mo tafoleng eno, batho ba setse ba dutse dikgwedi di fetang 6 kgakala kwale, ka gonne bangwe ba bone ha e sale ba le ko go tloga ka 2008 ba bangwe ka 2020. O ne a dira sekai ka dikago tse di tshwana le old Pem e le gore batho ba ile ba tsena mo go yona ka 2008 Phuta Ditšhaba jalo le jalo. Jaanong o ne a botsa gore goreng he ha e le gore policy ya re dikgwedi di le 6 le fa go ntse jalo batho ba santse ba le ko ebile ba fitile ka kwa dikgwedi tse di 6. Mosupi fa a tlhalosa o ne a tlhalosa gore bontsi jwa batho ba le gore ba nna mo mafelong ano a di-TEA ke ba ile gore ba na le kemedi, e ka tswa e le kemedi go tswa ko ditheong tsa semolao kgotsa kemedi go tswa ko mekgatlho e seng ya puso kgotsa di-NGO. Jaanong a re ba ile ba gakolola gore fa e le gore ba bantsha mo dikagong tseno tsa TEA ba tshwanetse go ba ise ko dikagong tse dingwe tsa leruri, mme ga ba tshwana go ba ise ko lefelong la baipei. Gape kgwetlho e nngwe ke gore ba ile ba gakolola gore fa e le gore ba fudusa e tshwanetse gore e nne mo radius ya 5 to 10 kilometers go tswa mo TEA e le gore ba go yone. Le fa go ntse jalo, toropo ga bana dikago tse dintseng jalo tse le go di gaufi ebile e le tsa leruri tse le go ba ka fudusa batho go tsone. Ke lone lebaka le le dirile gore go tla go fitlha ga jana batho bano ba santse ba le ko tota le fa ile gore policy e tlhalosa gore ba dule dikgwedi di le 6 fela. Gape ona tlhalosa mosupi gore go na le NGO e nngwe e le gore e ne thusa batho bano gore ba tle ba bone ditiro, gape ne ba thusa gore ba tle ba bone thutego e rileng gore ba kgone go ikemela le go itshedisa. Le fa go ntse jalo go tla go fitlha ga jana batho bao ba santse ba le mo kagong eno ka gonne ba na le tsholofelo ya gore ba tlile go fudisiwa mo kagong ya leruri ka gonne tota batho bano ba tsaya dikago tseno e le dikago tsa leruri tse e le gore ba ka nna go tsone, ga ba di tseye e le dikago tsa nakwana. O na tlhalosa gape mosupi gore ba ile ba leka go gontsha batho bano mo kagong eno, le fa go ntse jalo ba ile ba iswa go kgotlatshekelo. Mo kgotlatshekelo e ne ba tlhalosa gore fa e le gore le ntsha batho bano le tshwanetse gore le ba ise ko mafelong a e le gore ke a leruri ebile ba tla nna ko tota maemo a kago e le gore le tlabe le ba isetsa ko gone e tshwanetse e be le gore fa o e bapisa le dikago tsa TA di ba di batlile di tshwana.
Just on this issue that you made reference to now of the legal representation in the courts, you don't take issue with the fact that the occupants are legally represented, do you?
We don't take an issue of people who are represented.
All right. As well, you don't take issue with the fact that there must be access to courts to resolve whatever issues that you might be having about TAs. Am I correct?
You are correct.
As well, you don't take issue with the fact that the courts, when they make pronouncement, they are doing those pronouncements based on the law. What must be respected.
That's correct.
Moeledi ona a batla go utlwa maikutlo a mosupi malebana le gore a ona le bothata na le gore batho ba na le kemedi ya semolao. Una tlhalosa moeledi mosupi la tlhalosa gore nya ga gana bothata gana kgang le seno. A ba motsa gore a ona le kgang ya gore kgang le gore batho bano ba kgona go go kgotlatshekelo gore kgotlatshekelo e kgona go tsereganya. Ona tlhalosa gore nya ga gana kgang le seno, mme gape ona mmotsa gore dikatlholo tse di tswang kwa kgotlatshekelo di dirilwe go ya ka molao le gore tota di dirilwe go ya ka se se kwadilwe mo molao. Mosupi la tlhalosa gore nya gana bothata le seno.
All right. Now, in paragraph 4.5, you mentioned that the TAs, like you said earlier on, are meant to be temporary structures or transitional. Eh? But
Correct.
you say, and you say that the transitional nature or the temporary nature of being in a TEA is pending one, a person qualifying for what you call an RDP. Am I correct?
Correct.
2, a person qualifying for any of the subsidy programs that you mentioned earlier on in the morning. Am I correct?
Correct.
And 3, that to an extent that some of the persons would be undocumented foreign nationals, that should be dealt with by Home Affairs. Am I right?
That's correct.
And now you make a point that some, or in most instances, the persons that have been relocated to these TAs don't meet or are not able to fulfill the transitionary nature of these requirements. What do you mean by that?
Can I take you back to 4.5.1?
Yes.
It says that any evictee qualifying for an RDP and already being on the housing list will be prioritized.
Correct.
But if they are not, that's jumping the queue. We won't prioritize them. The second thing is that those people who qualify for any other mechanism, like we've been deliberating on the issues of affordable rental, would qualify or would be allocated those facilities subject to them being able to pay the rental that is being charged for those facilities. The undocumented foreign nationals, the housing code is clear, and the law is clear that we cannot take subsidy or grant funding and use it for them because they are not part of the prescript of who we should be providing houses for. Hence, those statements have been made to say the Home Affairs should come to the fore and deal with those people so that they're able to house them correctly not within the space of the human settlement sector.
Ramojai?
jaanong moeledi o ile a isa mosupi ko serapa 4.5 mo e leng gore mo go yone o tlhalosa gore di-TA ke tsa nakwana le fa go ntse jalo gore motho a tle a tshwanelege go nna mo di-TA o tshwanetse gore a be le gore o fetisitswe mo ditsamaisong tse di latelang tse tharo. Ya ntlha ke gore motho yono o tshwanelegelwa go bona ntlo ya RDP kgotsa o setse a le mo lenaneng la matlo. Ya bobedi ke gore motho yono o tshwanelegela go bona thuso e ka tswe le thuso ya ditšhelete kgotsa ya dithulaganyo tse le go di teng mo lefapheng leno la tsa bonno jwa batho. Mme ya boraro ke gore batswantle ba ile gore ga ba kwadisiwa semolao kgotsa ga ba mo nageng semolao ba tshwanetse gore ba tle ba kgang ya bone e rarabololwe ke lefapha la tsa merero ya selegae. Jaanong mo 4.6 kgotsa mo serapeng se se latelang o tlhalosa gore mo maemong a le mantsi batho bano ga ba tshwanelege mo ditsamaisong tse go setse go buile ka tsone. Jaanong o kae eng fa a rialo? Well, fa mosupi a tlhalosa o na kopa gore a busetse moeledi ko 4.5.1 gore fa ile gore motho ga a tshwanelege go bona RDP kgotsa ga mo lenane la batho ba tlile go nna go abelwa ntlo mme o teng go raya gore ke motho le gore o tsenelela batho mo lenaneng leno kgotsa jumping the queue. Mme jaanong a ba tlhalosa gore batho ba le gore ba tshwanelega thata ke ba ile gore ba ile gore ba kgona go duela rente kgotsa ba kgona go ituelela ke bone ba ile go ba tlile go bewa ko pele ke bone ba tshwanelegang. A ba tlhalosa gape ka kgang ya batswantle ba ile gore ba tsene mo nageng e se ka fa molao gore tota bone ba ka se kgone go ba thusa e ka tswela ka dithuso ya ditšhelete kgotsa dithulaganyo lebaka ka ntlha ya molao o setseng o le teng mo nageng wa gore batho ba ba ntseng jalo go tshwanetse go berekiwe jang le bone ka gonne go ya ka molao ba ka seke ba ba thusa e re ka ba le bonageng ka tsela e e seng ka fa molao. Ka jalo lefapha la merero ya selegae ke yone e le gore e tshwanetse ikarabelele go bona gore batho bano ba nna kae e seng gore ke lefapha la tsa bonno jwa batho le le tshwanetse go le ikarabelele batho ba mofuta o ntseng jalo.
Now, in paragraph 4.6 and 4.7, when you conclude, you are saying in most or some of the cases, the persons that have been relocated to these TAs do not meet the requirements as you put them out in 4.5, as in one, they don't qualify for an RDP, or even if they do, they are not on the housing list, or they do not qualify for the grants or the programs that are being administered on behalf of the province and national. So what challenge does that pose to you as a department in the management of the TAs?
The challenge is that you need to provide accommodation for people who don't qualify or who should not be provided with alternative accommodation. And this is one of the issues that we've picked up in most of the bed buildings that we've assessed, in that we find that most of the people are undocumented, and it creates a challenge because of it congests or it creates a problem for the inner city for access to accommodation, because people who are not documented are the ones who are occupying these bed buildings or these buildings that are hijacked. And they are paying somebody for them to be able to be housed there because they don't want to follow a formal process. And by us isolating them or linking them to Home Affairs is a challenge that they run away from, and they get to the next level and they are housed there.
Jaanong moeledi o ile a bua ka se se kwadilwe mo serapa 4.6 mo e le gore mosupi a tlhalosa gore go na le batho ba ile gore ba nna mo di-TA le fa go ntse jalo ga ba tshwanele gore ba ka nna ko go ya ka ditsamaiso tse di tlhalositsweng ka sekai gore motho o mo lenaneng la RDP kgotsa la go abelwa ntlo kgotsa o bona thuso ya tsa madi kgotsa ya dithulaganyo tse di rileng. Jaanong a ba motsa gore dikgwetlho ke dife ka go nna le batho ba mofuta ono ba le gore ga ba tshwanelege mme le fa go ntse jalo ba teng mo di-TA. Mosupile a tlhalosa gore o tshwanetse gore o tle o bonele batho mafelo a bonno tota le fa le gore ke ba le gore ga ba tshwanelege. Jaanong seno se dira gore go nne le kgwetlho go nne le pitlagano mo kganyeng ya go bonela batho mafelo ka gonne gape o na le batho ba le gore ba mo nageng e se ka fa molao batswantle ba mo nageng e se ka fa molao. Jaanong o tla lemoga gore batho bano gantsi ke ba le gore ba nna mo dikagong tse di maswe kgotsa tse di thukutilweng mme jaanong batho bano go na le mongwe yo le gore ba ba duela. Jaanong ka se ba kgapelwa ka thoko go na le mo o tshwanetse gore o ba thuse ka tsela e rileng le fa go ntse jalo e nna kgwetlho go ba thusa ka gonne fa o bitsa ba tsa merero ya selegae batho bano e re ka ba itse seemo sa bone sa gore ba mo nageng e se ka fa molao ba tshaba mme ba ko mafelo ba go nna ko mafelong a mangwe. Jaanong go lebega e le kgwetlho e le gore e tswelela pele e ntse le teng.
Now, what impact are those challenges having on the duration that people have on STAs? And it doesn't matter whether they are foreign nationals or South Africans who don't qualify for whatever programs that are available to them.
It creates a challenge because the temporary emergency accommodation facilities that have been created end up not being used for the purpose that they are meant for. They are used to house people permanently, and people assume that is their own property and they are untouchable, or we cannot do anything to them until we get a court order that would evict them or remove them from such facilities.
Jaanong mo le dula motsa gore dikgwetlho tseno di ama jang lobaka la nako lo batho ba tshwantse gore ba nne mo di-TA mo go tsone go sa kgathalesege gore ke batswantle ba ile gore ba mo nageng e se ka fa molaong kgotsa ke maAforika Borwa a sa tshwanelegeng a sa tshwanelegeding ditsamaiso tse le go bule ka tsone jaaka go bona RDP kgotsa go bona thuso ya ditšhelete. Mosupile a tlhalosa gore kgwetlho e gona le dikgwetlho sa ntlha ke gore di-TA tseno ga di tlhole di dirisetswa maikaelelo a tsone e leng go ba batho mo mafelong ano ka nakwana. Jaanong batho ba setse ba nna ko yaanong e setse e nna leruri tota ebile batho ba ikutlwa ebile ba iphaka ka la gore ke lefelo la bone mme gore o tle o ba ntshe mo lefelong leo o ba leleke. Jaanong o tshwanetse gore o bone taelo go tswa go kgotlatshekelo o tshwanetse gore o kope kgotlatshekelo e go fe tetla gore o ntshe batho bano. So ke dikgwetlho tse le gore ba lebane le tsone ba lebana le di-TA.
Chair, these are the questions that we had for the witness.
Yes. I think this would be an appropriate time to adjourn for lunch and reconvene at 2 o'clock.
Thank you.
Advocate Sminya.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Poppy, they don't get any higher than you in your department, am I right?
No, in the department, no. I'm the head of the department. Then reporting to the city manager.
And as you correctly point out, housing or human settlement is a national competence, right?
Yes.
Mnumzana uPoppy umbuzo mawubheke kuwena ukuthi akekho ongaphezulu kwakho eminyangweni wena ophezulu isikhulu esiphezulu umnumzana uPoppy uyavuma ukuthi ngempela uyisikhulu esiphezulu eminyangweni yena ubika kuyi-city manager noma imanager yedolobha ube eseveza futhi ukuthi ingabe indaba yezindlu indaba ecayi ngempela uyavuma ukuthi ngempela kunjalo.
And it's a very wide subject with complex financial implications, am I right?
That's correct.
Futhi lena indaba inkimbi kakhulu futhi nethinta izinto zezimali nebanzi uyavuma ufakaza ukuthi kunjalo.
Now, the subject you seem to have addressed in your evidence in chief appears to go much wider than what this commission is established to do.
That's correct.
Indaba oyikhulumile uyethulele ikomishane namhlanje ibonakale ibanzi kakhulu kunalokho okwethulele ikomishane namhlanje yebo kunjalo.
Now let's go back. I have for your convenience placed before you a page coming out of the Premier's Gazette establishing the commission. That page I've given to my learned colleagues as well has the terms of reference. Now, do you have it in front of you?
I do.
Okay. Now I want to read to you what Schedule Part A says. I'll skip the heading. I'll go to read paragraph 1 and I'll go specifically to deal with 1A Roman figure 2. Do you see that?
I see that.
Khona-ke njengamanje u-advocate umusa kule ulokho akubizwa ngokuthi igazette kaNdunankulu ucaphune ingxenye ethile kuleli khasi ngakho njengamanje uthi uzokweqa isethulo bese engena lapha ya ku nombolo 1 Roman figure 2.
Now, these are what I see to be the jurisdictional requirements that are in that paragraph. Let me read it out to you. Generally, the prevalence of buildings or immovable properties in the Johannesburg Central Business District, Region 5, being abandoned, that's the first one. Have you been addressing yourself to buildings that are abandoned?
It's one of them being Remington House was one of the abandoned or hijacked buildings.
And which one is also abandoned?
I think
But-
the
Sorry, let me go a step back. You say Remington was one of the abandoned buildings.
yes, based on the evidence that I provided earlier in terms of the people that we had to evacuate, and I think Delvas was the second one, and the building that is being dealt with, which we had the tragedy.
Usindiso.
Yes, you said abandoned buildings.
Yes. Are those the only abandoned buildings? I'm trying to see whether we can get close to doing what we are supposed to do.
Okay.
Have you got a longer list than 3 of abandoned buildings?
There are buildings that the lawyers that are assisting the city have been working on where we've got stay applications. And I think I referred to the buildings as red-coded amber and some are green. And there's a list of buildings where GIFIS has been investigating and have been handed over to our legal department. And there was a request for me to provide that list. And I indicated that I will ask for that list and provide it.
Yes. It's a list of red, amber, and green.
Including that one as well.
Including which one?
The red, amber, and yellow-coded buildings.
And then says, which have been abandoned by the legitimate landlords or owners and taken over by criminal syndicates. You see they're using a conjunction "and" there.
And, okay.
Do you see that conjunction?
And it says by legitimate landlords or owners and taken over by criminal syndicates.
Yes, you see that "and," the conjunction.
Yes.
So we are talking a building that is abandoned, one that has been taken over by criminal syndicates. Are you able to add to your list of 3?
Am I able to add?
To your list of 3 buildings that 1 are abandoned, 2 have been taken over by criminal syndicates.
As I indicated before, there's a list that GIFIS or Group Forensics and Investigation is working on, and I would request them for that list and provide it.
I'm not searching for a list. You'll give me a list of 300 or 400 or 500. I'm looking for those that fit this description.
I understand that there's more than 3, because of it's not within the department's domain to investigate hijacked buildings. But we are advised by GIFIS and legal in terms of those buildings, not within our domain.
Okay. Who in GFIS can I talk to?
Trevor Ramlimisi.
Okay. I'm sure the attorneys, M&S, will help us with a statement from Trevor. Who else? Where else should I go look?
Our legal department, Group Legal and Contracts, under the auspices of Sekhala Malahlela.
Okay, just give us a little moment to take those names down.
And then there's the Revenue Department as well, who are aware of the bills or the buildings that they're building and they're not receiving, or they are not being serviced in terms of payments, or owners paying for those buildings, and they go and investigate them based on Buyamteto. And it's under the auspices of the group chief financial officer.
Okay. And so the terms of reference also say those buildings must be leased out to and populated with tenants who do not have the means to afford other forms of housing. Are we talking about the leased ones here? I'm just trying to make sure we don't cast our net too wide
Sure.
and try to accomplish much wider than the terms of reference are suggesting we do. So I'm trying to get them narrow. Are we talking about building of this description?
There are those buildings of this description,
Okay.
I assume, yeah.
All right. I've also looked at some bylaws which give the city a right to demolish a building that fits a particular description. Now my question directly to you is, if the commission were to make a recommendation that the buildings that fit this description fall within the purview of those that must be demolished, would you associate yourself with such a recommendation?
No, I wouldn't, because the bylaw enforcement and the assessment of condemning buildings is not within my jurisdiction.
No, I accept that, but the whole city works as a concert. I mean, you're not working in silos.
Sure.
I'm just trying to get your perspective from a human settlement perspective.
Okay. There should be.
And regarding the eligibility of the category of people you are describing, among others, you're talking South African residents or citizens, right? As one of the requirements.
Yes.
So it is not answering to the question of foreign nationals at all. Am I right? It is offering no resolution in respect of foreign nationals. Am I right?
Yes.
So by definition, Usindiso, in the tragedy that you bemoaned in the morning, lost a whole host of scores of victims, foreign undocumented nationals, right?
Yes.
What are you as settlement doing with those? Because they seem to fall outside the purview of your legal instruments.
They fall outside, but we engage with Home Affairs to be able to deal with that composition of foreign nationals, including those that are documented. We do provide for them, those that are documented, but the undocumented we don't at all. They need to be provided for after assessment by Home Affairs and giving direction in terms of the prescript.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Okokuqala nje advocate Semenya ucele ufakazi ukuthi akakabheke lapha ya ku le Premier Gazette okungu 1 bullet point number 2 Roman figure 2 ayifunde njengoba injalo lapho iqala ukuyifunda ithi ngokuvamile ukwanda kwa lama bhilidi noma izindawo ezingena kuthutheka dolobheni laseGoli okungu region F endaweni okungeyama business noma amabhilidi ashiwe dengwane. Uthe ukuma ke uma esefika kuleli gama elithi ashiwe dengwane abandoned, wacela ukuthi akakathi ukuchaza ufakazi ukuthi leli gama elithi njoba lithi ashiwe Dengwane unalo yini uhlu lwezakhiwo abasebenza ngazo ezishiwe Dengwane. Nangempela ufakazi ubalile ezimbalwa zazo, wabala iRemington House, waphinde wabala neDelvas ukuthi ezinye zezindawo lezo abezibheka njengezishiwe Dengwane. Kodwa wayesecela ukuthi njengoba beqhubeka beyifunda le ndaba ayihlanganisi nje kuphela izindaba amabhilidi ashiwe Dengwane. Ngokwesibonelo, uma uqhubeka nayo ithi nezindawo abanikazi bazo futhi ezithathwe yizigebengu. Manje ube esehlala kuleli gama elithi futhi okuyisihlanganiso ukuthi akushiwo nje kuphela amabhilidi ashiwe Dengwane, kodwa kushiwo namabhilidi asethathwe zigebengu abasezandleni zawo, ukuthi ingabe unawo yini, angakwazi yini ukubala amabhilidi ambalwa anjalo angena ngaphansi kwalesi sigaba ngoba sizihlanganisa zombili. Ufakazi ushilo ukuthi njengoba ke washo ngaphambili ukuthi abantu abanalolohlu iGIFs yiyo engaqhamuka nalolohlu ibanikeze wona, kodwa uyazi ukuthi akhona awo ahlukaniswe ngembala, ngokwesibonelo oluhlaza, obomvu, noember noma ophuzi yonke, kodwa uma sekuziwa ohlwini cha akanalo. Ubese buza ke uadvocate ukuthi uma ekulifuna angalithola kubani. Ubale abantu abambalwa, ngokwesibonelo ubale uTrevor Ramurisi ukuthi angasiza lapho, yiyo iGIFs ingasiza ngoba yenza uphenyo. Bese kuba umnyango wezomthetho wabo wangaphakathi, uyazi ngaphakathi kwawo kunomnumzane uSehala Malahlela naye ongakwazi ukusiza uma efuna lolohlu. Kube umnyango wemali engenayo noma iRevenue Department lapho futhi ngakwazi ukusiza, kanti ngaphansi kohlelo luthi buya mthetho nakhona futhi angayithola le mniningwane ayifunayo. Kodwa ubese eqhubeka uadvocate uma eqhubeka nokufunda le ncwadi ukuthi nezinye izindawo okuqashiswa ngazo. Manje ubefuna ukubona ukuthi akakhulumi yini ngalezi okuqashiswa ngazo, ngoba kunemithetho kamasipala esebenzayo. Abuzile ukuthi ukuba bekuya ngaye ngabe imithetho kamasipala iyasebenza, ingasebenza yini kulokho. Ushilo ufakazi ukuthi cha ibona abekho ngaphansi kwalokho, kodwa ngokwakhe uma bengaphendula yebo kunjalo. Kodwa manje ibeke seyifika edabeni lokuthi le mithetho njengoba benzela bathi bayenzela izakhamuzi zaseNingizimu Afrika. Okusho ukuthi uma kushiwo njalo ke ayikalungi inkinga, ngoba amabhilidi afana naleli laso Usindiso bekuhlala nabantu bakwamanye amazwe. Ingabe abantu bakwamanye amazwe iyalungiswa yini inkinga yabo? Ushilo ufakazi ukuthi cha, abantu bakwamanye amazwe ngempela abangeni ngaphansi kwegunya labo, kodwa kunalokho abantu bakwamanye amazwe babadlulisela kumnyango wakwa Home Affairs noma umnyango wezangaphakathi, ibona osingatha udaba lwabantu bangaphandle, kodwa bayabasiza bangaphandle uma benamaphepha afanele. Ngakho akusho ukuthi babashiyela ngaphandle ngokuphelele ngalelo qophelo.
According to you, the law does not require provision of alternative accommodation to foreign undocumented nationals, am I right?
Please repeat that, Advocate.
According to your understanding of the law does not place a duty on state to provide alternative accommodation with regard to undocumented foreign nationals, am I right?
In terms of law, I don't know, maybe I'll be answering the question in a different way, but in terms of the provisions and the policies that guides us, we cannot provide for undocumented foreign nationals.
So that cannot be an encumbrance to get them removed, right?
I don't think so, according to my knowledge.
Yes, Home Affairs just has to come in there, undocumented ones, take them through the deportation route, am I right?
That's correct.
So when I look at your document, I see various foreign nationals in them. In the transitional or temporary emergency accommodation. Why is that still so?
The issue is that, the issue is that I indicated that the foreign nationals or the people that are housed within our temporary emergency accommodation are people that were represented, and there was a court order that indicated that we should accommodate them on a temporary basis, purely because of it was going to be for a period of 6 months.
Why are you reading in that order that it includes foreign undocumented nationals? Why do you read in that order that way?
Because of it's got a list of beneficiaries who would be represented, and once a court order is granted, it would indicate that these are the beneficiaries that needs to be accommodated within that facility. It does not segregate between documented and undocumented, but there's a list of those beneficiaries that we have to accommodate.
So obviously I'm not familiar with that court process. Attached to it were people identified as foreign undocumented nationals.
Yes.
No, listen to the question properly. Was that list including names of people who it on its own acknowledged? These are foreign nationals without any documents. Did it say so?
I just need to explain it.
Okay.
That when we get a court order, the court order indicates the number, the beneficiaries that we've assessed. And those beneficiaries, we are then compelled to provide alternative accommodation
I
to.
accept that.
Yes. And the documents indicate that these people are the ones who are displaced or are not having accommodation, and they will be rendered homeless, and therefore you need to provide an accommodation for them.
There you are including South African citizens in that answer, right?
I'm
And
including South African citizens.
And I have no quibble with it.
Yes.
And I can tell you that there are others who are awaiting deportation. The court didn't say you must provide them with alternative accommodation. Am I right?
The court did not, in some instances I'll indicate that there were those that from Usindiso did not have documentation, and after they were verified, the Home Affairs had to take them to the deportation, for deportation, and they moved them to a facility for them to be deported from that facility.
I'm not being unsympathetic. I'm just trying us not to aggregate everything in one basket and make the problem bigger than it otherwise should be.
Okay.
Do you follow?
I follow.
Eke ube esebuza u-advocate ukuthi uyavuma yini ukuthi ngokomthetho umthetho awubeke emahlombe abo ukuthi abantu abakuleli ngokungemthetho nabo kufanele bafunelwe enye indawo yokuhlala njengoba kwenziwa kubantu abakuleli noma abantu abangokudabuka kuleli. Uyavuma ufakazi ukuthi yebo uma echaza yebo umthetho awusho khona ukuthi kufanele baze bafunelwe enye indawo. Uwenezelile lapho uadvocate ukuthi yebo ngoba abakwa Home Affairs noma umnyango wezangaphakathi ibona osingatha labo bantu uyabathatha uma ubathola bengenawo amaphepha afanele bese uyobabeka endaweni lapho bezothathwa khona babuyiselwe emazweni akubo. Manje ube sebuza ngezinye zezinto ezibhalwe lapha ukuthi kungani kukhona lapho kukhulunywa njengabantu abaku transition noma abantu abadluliswayo. Uchazile ufakazi ukuthi kungenxa yomyalelo wenkantolo owaphuma owawuthi kufanele batholele abantu abalapha ya izindawo zokuhlala. Manje ubuzile ke uadvocate ukuthi uma usho njalo uthi ubala ukuthi abantu kufanele bathole izindawo zokuhlala, angithi lapho wena ubala nabantu bakuleli laseNingizimu Afrika uthi yebo umthetho ubungahlukanisile, umthetho ubumane nje usinikeze thina uhlu lwabantu okutholakala ukuthi abanazi indawo, ngakho labo bantu kufanele batholelwe izindawo zokuhlala. So okuhlanganisa ke nabo laba bakwamanye amazwe. Manje ubuzile ukuthi ingabe becacisiwe yini ukuthi igama lomuntu othile akanawo amaphepha yini cha bekungahlukanisiwe. Ngakho manje yilapho ke abuza khona ukuthi pho kungani ukwenziwa sengathi lenkinga inkulu kakhulu kanti mhlamba ingako ngenxa ukuthi kunabantu okufanele umnyango wazangaphakathi noma iHome Affairs iveli bathathe labo bantu. Uyavuma ufakazi ukuthi naso Usindiso ukubakhona abantu abaphuma khona kwatholakala ukuthi abanazo izincwadi babuleli ngokungemthetho ngakho umnyango wezangaphakathi Home Affairs iye yabathatha labo bantu yababeka endaweni lapho ke belungela khona ukuthathwa baphindiselwe emazweni akubo.
In paragraph 1B of the terms of reference, if you go back there, it says, in the light of the above circumstances, make finding as to who must shoulder the liability or responsibility for the said state of affairs, deaths and injuries. You see that?
I see that.
Have you applied your mind to that question?
Yes, I have.
Please share.
It says that in light of the above, findings as to who should shoulder the liability or responsibility for the death, for the said state of affairs and deaths and injuries. I think the commission has been set up for that purpose.
Yeah.
To be able to conclude or resolve in terms of who should shoulder the blame, as indicated in Part B. I would not point a finger or indicate as to who should shoulder the blame, because I think the commission was set up for that purpose.
Ubeke esemcela ukuthi afunde lapha yakuyingxenye kaB, leyo ngxenye ethi ke ngenxa lezi zimo osekukhulunywe ngazo ngenhla, tholani ukuthi ubani okufanele abekwe icala noma kube semahlombe akhe lokhu osekushiwo ngenhla ngokuphathelene nokufa kanye nokulimala. Ubesebuza advocate uthi uke wacabanga yini ke ngalokhu? Ufakazi uthi yebo ucabangile ngakho, waphinde naye futhi wakufunda ukuthi kufanele kutholakale ukuthi ubani ozobekwa icala ngalokhu. Ngakho ufakazi uthi ukholelwa ukuthi akekho manje umuntu azomkhomba ngenjumbane athi uye onecala. Kunalokho le commission imiswe yaqokelwa khona lokho ukuthi kube yiyo ke phela ezokhomba ukuthi nangu umuntu onecala.
Yeah, the commission achieves that purpose through witnesses, and you're one of them. That's why I'm asking you. What did you consider this fact, and are you able to tell us what, in your judgment, must bear responsibility?
I have not considered as to who should shoulder the blame or should be blamed for this occurrence, because I'm not in a position to resolve in terms of who should take the blame. I'm providing witness based on the jurisdiction that I have of providing alternative or mixed housing opportunities within the department. But as to who should shoulder the blame, I don't want to lie, I wouldn't know who should take the blame.
Advocate ke ube esethi ukuze phela le commission ke ikwazi ukubona ukuthi ubani onecala kufanele isizwe ofakazi. Ngakho naye umnumzana ofakazi lapha ngaphambili kwayena ungufakazi okufanele asize ke le commission ikuthole lokho. Ngakho uyaphendula ufakazi ukuthi cha akazange akacabange ngalokho ngokwamalungelo nemisebenzi aphathiswe wona yena, cha akazange akaze kube seqophelweni lapho esekwazi ukusho yena nje okwakhe ukwenza umsebenzi wakhe bahlinzeke abantu ngezindlu zokuhlala.
Let me share the conundrum that I think the commission is facing. People at the top end of the hierarchy, be the CEO of JPC, disavows any responsibility towards the result that is Usindiso. Do you follow?
I hear you, advocate.
Somebody at the top of settlement on this issue disavows knowledge of anybody's responsibility, right?
Okay.
The head of the politician in the council refuses to take responsibility for this outcome. You follow that too?
To take responsibility for this outcome.
Yeah, what I've just read and what you
Oh,
just
okay.
read. I'm not going anywhere else for now.
Okay.
Now, I'm showing you pockets of responsible officials in various departments who will not acknowledge and take responsibility.
Okay.
All right.
Advocate uMendlalela amchazela ukuthi iyiphi manje ingqinamba iCommission esibhekene nayo. Kuzo zonke izikhulu nosomaqhuzu abake bafika lapha kusukela kuma CEO ku JPC phezulu abantu osopolitiki akekho nje kubo oke wafika wavuma ukuthi nakho ngempela obokufanele bakwenze noma yibo bokufanele benze lokhu. Bonke abantu bayazihlangula akekho ovumayo ukuthi ukhona bokufanele akwenze. Manje umethulela lokho ke ukuthi nanso ke manje ilapho ezithola ikhona imi khona iCommission. Ufakaza ukuthi uyakuzwa lokho.
Yeah, I'm saying that conundrum places us in a difficult spot where we cannot, through witnesses, establish the liability or responsibility by the city at all.
I'm listening to you, advocate.
Yes. That's why I'm yearning for some answer from you as well. Alternatively, we'll have to say in the report, when the commissioners write it, that there's nobody who's responsible for this. But that can be right.
I think, like I said earlier, that the blame or the resolution or the outcome of the commission, after all the witnesses have given evidence in terms of this building or the occurrences that happened, the commission will be able to guide in terms of which direction to take. Like I indicated, I'm here to provide evidence as to the challenges that we have and the solutions that we put before the commission, and taking into account the broader issues that we have within the inner city. And I think you've indicated that you don't want to go outside of the space, but there are other buildings of the same scenario. What is the city doing, or do I accede to that? And I said yes. But the issue of having to resolve to say, no, this person should take the blame, I don't think I'm qualified to take that decision or make that suggestion.
Advocate ke ube esesho ukuthi njengamanje kubo bonke ofakazi abalapha akekho ngempela ovumayo ukuthwala ukusho ukuthi bokufanele ngabe wenze lokhu. Ufakazi uthi yebo usalalele akakachaze, uyachaza ukuthi bonke ofakazi abeze lapha akekho olivumayo. Ngakho manje okungasho ukuthi ngathi le commission umiqeda bese ibhala umbiko wokuthi akekho necala, okuyinto ke engeke ize yenzeke ke phela ukuthi kushiwo njalo kungashiwo ukuthi ubani obekufanele enze okuthile. Manje ingakho uadvocate ethi njengoba lapha ucela ukuthi ufakazi akhulume ukuze kuzokwazi ukutholakala ukuthi ubani onecala. Ngakho ufakazi uthi naye ke lapha ekhona akakwazi ukusho ukuthi ubani yena akwenzile usezile wakwethula abekulethile, kodwa endabeni yokusho ukuthi ubani cha ngeke azakusho. Kodwa njengoba lamabhilidi afana Usindiso esekhona uyakwamukela lokho idolobha njengamanje elikwenzayo eliphezulu kwakho.
Let me work backwards with you. If we hypothesize the day before 31 August 2023, before the fire started in that building, you accept that your department was implicated in the problems associated with its operations there. Do you accept that at least?
Implicated in which way, Advocate?
Whether you should have given them alternative accommodation before it was engulfed in fire. Your department would have been implicated in that sense, right?
I'm not aware that it was implicated, but I note that Jiffy's had indicated that it was one of the buildings that they had to evacuate, subject to verification. That's all I know.
The police would have been implicated as well in the prevention of the state of chaos there was there, right?
I'm not aware.
I'm working on the hypothesis.
No, I understand you.
I'm saying if there was drug peddling in there were murders happening in there, etc., I can see how the police would be implicated in prevention of that outcome, right?
Yes.
Advocate uthi ke ake siyenze nje ibe sahaba le ndaba sikhulume ngayo ake sithi usuku lwangomhla ka-31 August njengoba lwafika kwenzeka lokho kwenzeka kodwa bekungeke yini sithi nani noma umnyango wakho uyathinteka ngalokho okwakufanele ngabe uyakwenza kuleli ability ngakho ucelile ufakazi ukuthi akakathi ukuchaza kancane ukuthi usho ukuthini uyachaza uadvocate ukuthi ngokwesibonelo umnyango wakho yiwo nomnyango iwo phela umnyango okufanele uthathe abantu ubanikeze enye indawo yokuhlala ngakho ukube nje kwakwenzeka lokhu nomnyango wakho wawuzobekwa icala kulokhu uthinteke ngoba ukwenzanga okwawo hayi nje umnyango wakho kuphela umnyango wamaphoyisa nawo ukwenzanga okwawo ikakhulukazi uma ucabanga ngezinto ezazenzeka zobugebengu ukudayiswa kwezidakamizwa lapha yangaphakathi ngakho uma nje sikwenza kube ihaba lokhu uyabona yini ukuthi nowakho umnyango ubuzothinteka neminye iminyango njengeminyango yamaphoyisa uyibizothinteka ngakho ufakazi uthi yebo ubengazi kodwa yena ubethembela ukuthi iJeffis ilwenzile uphenyo lwayo.
The fire department would have had to issue certificates condemning this building, right?
Hypothetically, yes.
Nomnyango wezomlilo nawo kwakuyofanele ngabe ukhiphile certificate esithi le ndawo ayifaneleki noma indawo engaba ingozi uyakuvuma ufakazi lo.
The health department as well, right?
Nomnyango wezempilo.
Hypothetically, yes.
So I'm saying the cluster of these entities whose responsibility it is to look after the citizens of the city, all of them disengage themselves from having conduced that type of circumstances.
I need to clarify that issue because if a building is condemned like any other, for instance, Remington House that we had to look for space for, and any other of these buildings that I've referred to, Shungwa mentions, Cape York, because of they were condemned, we had to evacuate them. But purely because of there was no sense or information that indicated that we had to also include that building in the list. One wouldn't have known or would not take a decision based on the issues that that happened on the 31st or before the 31st.
Uvezile ke ukuthi zonke lezi zinhlaka zikahulumeni azibalile bokufanele ngabe zenze okuthile ngalokho ufakazi uyabala ke ukuthi yebo amakhona namanye amability eRemington namanye awabalayo kodwa uthi ubengenalo ulwazi ngaphambi kwalolu suku olubekiwe la ngomhla ka-31 August okwenzeka ngawo isigameko somlilo.
What the terms of reference seem to suggest is that there were people who were extorting rent from the tenants who were in that building. Even that was not a fact known to human settlement.
It was not a fact known to us because the process is that the bylaw enforcement of GFIS would indicate that that building is a challenge and therefore there are people who are extorting money or there are people who are living there in a very bad condition and therefore we need to evacuate. For instance, I've made an example of Remington House and Shungwa mentions and Cape York as well.
u-advocate uyasho futhi ukuthi ngabe ningazi yini ukuthi kunabantu ke abebehamba lapha yana bayoqoqa imali kubantu abahlala kuleli ability. Ufakazi uthi cha besingazi ngoba bokufanele iGF sisitshele isazise ngakho ukuba besizobe sesiyazi ke ukuthi kukhona izenzo ezinjalo njengoba ebalile ngamanye amability anjengo Cape York no Remington akawabalile ukuthi bese bazi ngawo.
You know, I'm suggesting to you that Usindiso would never happen, will never happen in Remington building. Would I be correct to put that proposition to you?
I don't think that would be correct because of GFIS had indicated to us that we needed to evacuate that building because of the structure was not sound and we had to remove or relocate people because of should there be a tremor or something, then the people living in that building will be affected or impacted.
I accept that some say Remington will never see Usindiso ever because of the steps the government has taken.
Yes.
Uthi ke uadvocate uyabona yini ukuthi ngenxa yezinyathelo ezathathwa leli bhilidi lase Remington ngeke nanini lize lehlelwe yilokhu okwehlela ibhilidi lase Usindiso. Ufakazi uthi yebo ngenxa ukuthi iGF siyakwazi ukusitshela yasichazela ukuthi isakhiwo saleli ability asisalunganga uma kungaba khona ukunyakaza nje komhlaba leli ability lingawa. Uthi ke uadvocate yebo yikho okwenza ngisho kuwe ukuthi uyabona yini ukuthi iRemington ngeke ize yehlelwe yilokhu okwehlele Usindiso ngenxa ukuthi kunalezi zinyathelo enazithatha. Uyavuma ukuthi kunjalo.
So by parity of reasoning, if the government had done to Usindiso what it is doing to Remington, we would have averted Usindiso, right?
I presume so.
Ngamanye amazwi ke uthi uadvocate uyabona yini ukuthi uma uhulumeni ukuba uhulumeni wayenze lokhu okwenziwe eRemington ngabe yagwemeka lenkinga. Uyavuma ufakazi ukuthi ngempela ubona ngathi kunjalo.
I thank you, Mr. Mr. Poppy, I thank you. Those are the questions I have.
Thank you, Advocate Semenya. Mr. Mkomezulu.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, sir. Chairperson, it's two questions of clarity. Sir, in your list, in your statement, you've provided TEAs that had been established and managed since the late 2000s. Some of the date of occupation is recorded. I will mention maybe one that is 2008. That appears in page 499.
Yes.
Yes. With that background, question would be, for those TAs, you've cited in paragraph 4.5, the qualifying criteria, particularly 4.5.1 to 4.5.2. Have any of the people in the TEAs who meet these requirements been moved to a more permanent solution?
I would need to go back to the history, but I would indicate that some, I'll make an example of Egutuleni, where we had made advances to allocate some to RGPs or some of the permanent areas that we've created. That's what comes into mind. And we always wanted to make sure that we provide them with permanent solution rather than temporary. So there are those that we have assisted. I just don't have the list with me, but there are those that we've assisted.
Thank you, sir. The evacuations, this will be the last question. The evacuations, are these done pursuant to a court order or they are at the city's discretion? The one that you've talked about in your
They-
evidence?
Okay. They are done based on the fact that they are high in the list. They are dangerous, and we need to evacuate people. Remington is one of them. Shungo Mansions is one of them. Cape York is one of them. And the evacuations are done based on the court orders that we've had, the stay applications. Secondly, it's the dangerous buildings or the dangerous situations that people are living in.
I'm covered, Chairperson. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mgomezulu.
Ubuze ke imibuzo emibili umnumzane uMngomezulu waqalwa mbonisa lawo liyahlulwa ama TAs neminyaka esukela emqaleni kwama 2000 kodwa ukhulume ngeka 2008 wayesebuza ukuthi lapha ku 4.5 kukhulunywa ngesixazululo sokuthatha labantu basiwe endaweni abazohlala kuyo unomphelo. Ubuzile ke ukuthi ingabe kwenzekile yini lokho. Ushilo ukuthi ufakazi umnumzana uPoppy yebo uma ekhumbula ebuyele emuva kukhona lapho kwenzeka khona ngokwesibonelo ekuthuleni labo bantu bathenjiswa noma bathathwa bamhlinzekwa ngalo zindlu ezibizwa ngokuthi ama RDP kodwa ke ngisho ngenalo uhlu manje kodwa uyazibona ukuthi bayabasiza abantu futhi inhloso yabo kube ukuthi bathole indawo abazogcina behlala kuyo unomphelo. Kanti umbuzo wesibili ukhulume ngokuthuthwa noma ukukhishwa kwabantu bahanjiswe. Ubuzile umnumzana Mngomezulu ukuthi ngabe kusuke kuumyalelo wenkantolo yini abasuke bewulalela uma behambisa abantu noma kusuke kuyidolobha elisuke libona ukuthi abantu kufanele bakhishwe bahanjiswe. Ufakazi umnumzana uPoppy uthi okokuqala kaningi kusuke kuabantu abaphezulu ohlwini lwabantu okufanele bahanjiswe ngenxa yezathu ezihlukene mhlawumbe ngenxa yokuthi indawo abahlala kuyona vele ingozi ubalile ke amabhilidi anjalo njengo Cape York, Remington namanye okwasekucaca ukuthi ayingozi ngakho kufanele babakhiphe. Ngakho empelundulweni yakhe uthi bayabakhipha abantu yebo ngomyalelo wenkantolo kanti futhi nangokubona ukuthi isakhiwo asikho esimweni esikahle.
Mr. Ngonyama, do you have any questions of clarity to put to this witness? Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Poppy, who owns the Usindiso building?
To my knowledge, it's JPC, Johannesburg Property Company.
So is it linked to the municipality?
It's the entity of the city of Johannesburg.
When this building was first occupied, or hijacked, or whatever word you want to use, did the city notice it?
I wouldn't know. JPC should be the custodian to answer that question because according to the knowledge that I have, the building was leased out to an NGO. I don't know what happens. I don't have dates in terms of those issues. So that would not be in my domain.
So in other words, they are the right person to, people rather, to actually respond to that in terms of.
Mr. Ngonyama?
Yes.
I'm allowing you an opportunity to ask questions of clarifications pursuant to the evidence that has been laid before me.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. You mentioned, earlier on you mentioned an issue of spaces that are available in some other buildings. Would you say that the victims of the fire at Usindiso would be considered for that? Is that information you are giving this commission?
I indicated that the buildings that we are earmarking to finalize would prioritize beneficiaries who we've moved from the buildings that where we evacuated people. We'll prioritize them first, subject to them qualifying to pay or service the rental income that will be charged per month.
The last question, Chairperson, is the page 49 is showing us a whole list of many people. Usually, I think when I look at them, they are mostly foreign nationals.
Page 49.
499, sorry, Chairperson. I'm saying the number of people that are indicated are mostly foreign nationals. Is this an indication that there isn't cooperation between different spheres of government to resolve issues?
It's not the question of non-cooperation from different spheres, because we are providing alternative accommodation with the help and assistance of national and provincial. So it's a question that we are compelled by courts. One, two is that those people are represented, and therefore it takes us time for us to be able to relocate or remove the benefactors within those facilities.
Just one last one, Chairperson, as a follow-up. With regards to evictees that qualify for RDPs, once they qualify for the RDPs, do they get, is it automatic that they will get the RDPs, or do they get removed from the premises where they were actually placed temporarily?
We place them temporarily so that we can assess them. We need to find out whether they've applied, when did they apply. To avoid queue jumping, we don't prioritize people who have applied in the later years. We prioritize people from 96, 97, and we go with the list in terms of that process to avoid challenges that we may have with various applicants and communities within our space. But if they qualify and they've applied, we'll certainly allocate them. Like we've allocated once before in some of the TEAs.
So what happens if they don't qualify?
If they don't qualify, they'll follow the process of them being put into structures that we've created as TEAs for us to then find alternative accommodation through the rental accommodation that we are going to, affordable rental accommodation that we've identified in terms of these buildings that I've alluded to in terms of the list and the processes that we will undertake to allocate them.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Ngonyama.
Umnumzana Ngonyama naye futhi usukumile wabuza efuna ukuqonda ezinye izinto. Ngosibonelo umbuzo oqala ubuzile ukuthi ubani umnikazi wosindiso, uphendulile ufakazi wathi JPC. Ngababuza ukuthi ngesikhathi leli bhilidi selithathwa manje kuhlala abantu ngemthetho waqaphela yini idolobha. Kube lapho ke usihlalo wayesecela ukuthi cha sicela ukuthi imibuzo ebuzwayo kube imibuzo efuna ukucaciswa lokhu osekushiwo sokwethulilwe le commission uma kungacacanga kahle. Ilapho ke ebe eseshintsha khona umnumzana Ngonyama ebhekisa imibuzo ethinta lokhu okushiwo. Umbuzo wakhe ukuqala ukhulume ngendawo okuthiwa ikhona ukuthi njengoba kuthiwa ethe kunendawo ekhona obani abacatshangelwa ukufakwa kuleyo ndawo. Ngabe labantu abasuka emabhilidini bazofakwa yini kuleyo ndawo? Ushilo ke ufakazi ukuthi cha kuzoqale kubhekwe phela ukuthi obani abahamba phambili noma baseqhulwini kulabantu abakhishiwe. Ngakho kuzolandelwa uhlu futhi akubhekwa nje kuphela ukuthi bazohamba bayothola indawo. Kukhona neoption noma indlela yesibili yokuthi baqashe bakhokhe irent izobe ikhona naleyo ndlela. Ngakho kuzobe kubafaka ezintweni ezimbili ukuthi bathole indawo zokuhlala abakwazi ukukhokha bakhokhe. Ubesethu ummeli ke uPaula lapha ekhasini 499 kunohlu lwamagama amaningi alamagama alapha abantu abangalona abakulelizwe. Ingabe lokho kusho ukuthi akubambiswana kahle yini ezinhlakeni zikahulumeni? Cha, ufakazi uthi no akusiswe kusona isizathu leso. Ngoba phela lapha kufanele kusebenze umnyango wesifundazwe neminyango kahulumeni. Ngakho bona basebenza ngokubambisana nayo leyo mnyango. Kungekhona ukuthi akukho ukubambisana, cha. Ubeke eseveza futhi umbuzo ebethe ukugcina umnumzana Ngonyama ukuthi ingabe labantu mabekhishwa ke lapha ya bayawathola yini lama RDP abathenjiswe wona? Ushilo ufakazi ukuthi yebo baye bathathwe babeke endaweni yesikhashana. Isizathu salokho ukuthi kusuke kufuna ukubona ukuthi bayafaneleka yini. Bakwenziwe lokho kuthiwa evaluation, kubhekwa ukuthi cha bayafaneleka. Okwesibili kubhekwa nokuthi basifakile yini isicelo nokuthi basifake nini. Lokhu kwenza ukuthi kungabikho ukweqana kwemigqa. Uthola ukuthi umuntu ofaka manje izolo isicelo usithola umuzi ashiya umuntu owafaka isicelo eqaleni kwawo 1996. Ngakho bagwema zonke lezo zinto uma besamgcina endaweni yesikhashana. Umbuzo wakhe ukugcina utheke kuthiwani uma bengayitholi ke ama RDP? ufakazi ushilo wathi cha sinalo phela uhlu lokuthi uma umuntu engalitholanga lapha angalisebenzisa leli lokurenta ngoba sobe sinazo izindlu ezobe zilungele ukuthi umuntu akwazi ukukhokha irent kuzona.
Mr. Sidumedi?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Pope, there's just one point that I just want to converse with you arising out of the discussions you had with Mr. Advocate Semenya. A proposal was put to you that this in relation to the court orders and the undocumented foreign nationals. A proposal was put to you that the court orders do not suggest that you must provide alternative accommodation for undocumented foreign nationals. Do you remember that discussion?
Yeah, I remember that discussion.
Right. Now, in your response, or even in the evidence chief, you said that occupants of, for now let's call them bed buildings. I'm just trying to find a shorter phraseology. Of bed buildings are represented by legal representatives. Am I correct?
That's correct.
So when you try to evict those persons, when they're evicted, you mentioned a list. Who will come with a list of persons that are in buildings?
The list will come from ourselves, working with the legal team that represents the occupants, including our legal team.
Correct.
So that we are able to verify who lives in that facility and who doesn't. And there will also, the representatives of those team, of the beneficiaries would have a prior list that have taken to court with, so that they are able to find alternative accommodation for those people.
Correct. Let's talk about that prior list. So the prior list will be compiled by the attorneys representing the occupants. Am I correct?
Yes.
In that list, will that list differentiate between South Africans and foreign nationals?
Mostly it doesn't.
It does not. Now, when the orders are made by court, and they say persons on the list must be evicted, and the city must provide alternative accommodation, does the court differentiate between South Africans and foreign nationals?
It doesn't. Like I indicated earlier, the court order will be based on the list of occupants that have been supplied to the court, to say that these are the list of occupants of people that needs to be afforded the accommodation or temporary emergency accommodation by the city. It does not differentiate.
When the order of that nature has been, Mr. Koza.
Thank you, Chair. Umeli ukhuluma manje kancane ufuna ukucacisa ingxoxo ebekhona phakathi kwa-advocate kanye nofakazi ukuthi u-advocate uvezile khuluma kulokho akubekile ukuthi angithi umthetho noma umyalelo wenkantolo awuphoqeleli ukuthi kufanele idolobha lize lifunele enye indawo abantu abakuleli ngokungemthetho. Impendulo yakhe ithe yebo kunjalo. Kodwa ke useyabuza manje njengoba imhola ngobufakazi ukuthi abantu abahlala kulama bhilidi esithi amabhilidi amabi kuba khona uhlu. Ubuzile ukuthi lolu hlu lolu olusuke libhaliwe luvela kubani lokuthi obani abahlala la. Impendulo kafakazi ithe uhlu luvela kubo, luvela kumnyango wabo wezomthetho, luphinde luvele kumnyango wezomthetho omelela laba bantu abahlala kuleli bhilidi. Futhi lolo hlu luhamba kuqala, lufika kuqala lona ngoba lisuke luvela kulaba bantu abamelela kuleli bhilidi. Olusuke libhalwe abameli ke. Manje ummeli useyamhola ke ngobufakazi ukuthi angithi ke uma kuthathwa lolo hlu oluvela lapho luye enkantolo, ingabe inkantolo uma seyikhipha isinqumo sokuthi funelani labantu indawo yokuhlala, enye indawo yokuhlala, ibe seyihlukanisa yini ukuthi funelani abakulelizwe noma abangakulelizwe ngokubahlukanisa phakathi? Impendulo ithi cha. Uma nje umyalelo wenkantolo usuphuma enkantolo wona uthatha lolu hlo lulethwe yilabameli abamelela abantu abahlala ebhilidini bese uthi funelani bonke laba bantu abalapha awubahlukanisi ngokuthi lona ofikeleli ngokungemthetho noma ungenazi incwadi noma owakuleli.
Now, when the city receives that order, do you have a discretion of differentiating who to provide alternative accommodation and who we can't provide alternative accommodation?
We don't defy court orders because a court order is a court order and we need to follow the court order. To avoid a contempt of court, we need to follow the court order that is given to the city and provide alternative accommodation. If we assess the beneficiaries and we pick that they are undocumented foreign nationals, we then have to follow a different approach through the courts to be able to follow justice and follow the law to the T.
Umbuzo ke awubuzayo ummeli ukuthi ingabe ke nina uma senithole umyalelo wenkantolo othi funelani labantu indawo yokuhlala niyahlukanisa yini ukuthi laba abakuleli ngokungemthetho noma laba abakuleli? Ufakazi uthi siyawuhlonipha thina umyalelo wenkantolo uma nje usufikile umyalelo wenkantolo uthi asifune enye indawo senza lokho ngoba uma besingaqala phansi sicusumbule sisho ukuthi laba abakuleli ngokungemthetho bekungasho ukuthi kufanele sisebenzise enye indlela. Ngale kwalokho siyawuhlonipha umthetho wenkantolo ukuze singazitholi sesinecala lokungawulalela umyalelo wenkantolo.
Thank you, Chair. Those are the questions arising out of re-examination.
Yes.
With the Commissioner's permission, I would like the statement of Mr. Poppy to be admitted as Exhibit COJ 14.
It is so admitted. Earlier on, you had made a request that I should make a ruling with regard to the decanting of people.
Yes, Chair.
Yes. Surrey and Norton Rose are not to disclose to their clients the identity of the buildings that are contained. Oh, before I do that, we've got two statements, Mr. Sidumedi.
Correct,
We've got the redacted and the unredacted one.
Correct.
Should we assign an exhibit number to both of them?
Okay, Chair. Maybe that's, yes, Chair. The unredacted statement, let it be COJ 14,
Yes.
and then the unredacted COJ 14 in brackets A.
Thank you. As I was saying, I'm making a ruling that Surrey and Norton Rose are not to disclose to their clients the identity of the buildings that are contained in the unredacted statement of Mr. Patrick Poppy concerning the decanting of people.
Thank you, Chair. That will be it on our side, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Poppy, you are excused as a witness.
Thank you, Chair.
Chair, with your permission, we may finalize the outstanding statement.
Yes.
For that reason, I would be asking Mr. Pito to come through and to do that statement for us.
Yes, Mr. Pito.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Commissioner. Statement is on volume 3 of the Norton Rose bundle. It will be found on page 834.
$800 and
834. If you are there, Madam Chair, Madam Commissioner. Victim name. Is Ishmael Kambongo. Address at time of fire, 8 Albert Street, Johannesburg, Gauteng. Current address, Madondo Squatter Faraday, Johannesburg. Nationality, Malawian. Language, Chichewa. Gender, male. Residence at the Usindiso building.
Statement sa motswa setlhabelo ke sa ga Ishmael Kambongo me lefelo le ana go go lone ene le 80 Albert Street lefelo le le gore o nna mo go lone ga jana ke Madondo squatter ko Faraday me naga ya tswang go go yone ke Malawi puo ke Sechwa me bong jwa gagwe ke monna.
Residence at the Usindiso building.
Boagi jwa gagwe kwa kago ya Usindiso.
I moved from Malawi because of economic issues there and poverty that I was experiencing.
Ke ne ka fuduga kwa Malawi ka ntlha ya mathata a ekonomiko ga mogo le khumanego e le gore ke ne ke itemogelela yone.
I was staying in Soweto at Eldorado Park.
Ke ne ke nna kwa Soweto kwa Eldorado Park.
I then decided to move to Usindiso after I lost my job.
Go tswa foo ke ne ka swetsa ka gore ke fudugele kwa Usindiso morago ga go latlhegelwa ke tiro.
Occupancy of your room/unit at the Usindiso building.
Batho ba ba nna mo phapusing kgotsa unit ya gago kwa kagong ya Usindiso.
It was 4 people, floor 1 in room number 24.
Ene le batho ba le bane boalo jwa ntlha nomoro ya phapusi 24.
None of these people were my family members.
Ga gona ope wa batho bano ba ile gore ene e le leloko la lelapa la me.
Page 835.
Tsebe 835.
What floor was your room/unit on?
Phapusi kgotsa unit ya gago ene e le mo boalong bofe?
Floor 1, unit 24.
Boalo 1, unit 24.
Socio-economic conditions prior to the fire.
Maemo a loago le economy pele ga molelo.
I was able to buy food and electricity.
Ke ne ke kgona go ithekela dijo le motlakase.
I was cooking with electricity stove.
Ke ne ke apaya ka setofo sa motlakase.
I had water as well.
Ebile ke ne ke na le metsi.
Engagement with city officials or organs of state prior to the fire.
Ditherisano le batlhankedi ba toropo kgotsa ditheo tsa puso pele ga molelo.
I never did.
Le seng.
Narrative of events of the fire, 31 August 2023.
Kanelo ya ditiragalo tsa molelo 31 August 2023.
When the fire started, I was in the room.
Fa molelo ono o runya ke ne ke le mo kamoreng.
Unit 1 in floor 1.
Unit 1 mo boalo 1.
I was sleeping and my best friend who passed away woke me up and informed me about the fire.
Me ke ne ke robetse me tsala me e ke ntshana sino le ene yo o tlhokafetseng jaanong ke ena a ileng a ntsosa a nkitsise ka molelo o.
The fire was powerful and I decided to jump from the first floor to the ground outside.
Molelo ono o le matla me ke na ka dira tshwetsa gore ke tlolele kwa ntle go tswa ko boalo jwa ntlha go ela kwa ntle.
Cause of the fire.
Se se bakileng molelo.
I was told that the fire was caused by Tanzanian ladies.
Ke ne ka bolelelwa gore molelo o ile wa bakiwa ke basadi bang ba ba Tanzania.
They sell chips at the first floor by the corner.
Ba rekisa dichipisi mo boalong jwa ntlha mo khoneng.
These ladies used gas stoves to cook.
Basadi bano ba dirisa setofo sa gase go apaya.
Apparently they forgot to switch it off and it caught other elements, then it broke out.
Go lebega ekete ba ile ba lebala go tima setofo me setofo se le sa tshwara molelo ke ka fo molelo o la runya ka gone.
Engagement with city officials or organs of state after the fire.
ditherisano le badiredi le batlhankedi ba toropo le ditheo tsa puso morago ga molelo.
I engaged with firefighters and Metro Police.
Ke ne ka buisana le balwa molelo le mapodisi a Metro.
We were discussing about the cause of the fire.
Re ne re buisana ka se se bakileng molelo.
Did you lose a family member or a member of your household in the fire?
A o ile wa latlhegelwa ke leloko la lelapa kgotsa leloko la legae mo molelong?
Please provide details of the person, experience in burying their remains, and the cost of the funeral.
Tsweetswe re fe tshedimosetso ya motho yo, maitemogelo a gago ka go mo fitlha ga mmogo le ditshenyegelo tsa lepato.
I lost my younger brother. His dead body has not been discovered.
Ke ne ka latlhegelwa ke nnake, setopo sa gagwe ga ise se bone.
Did you lose any of your belongings or were they damaged in the fire?
A o ile wa latlhegelwa ke dilwana dipe tsa gago kgotsa tsa senyega mo molelong?
Please provide a list and an estimated value of these items.
Tsweetswe re fe lenane la tsone ga mmogo le phopholetso ya boleng jwa tsone.
I lost the following:
Ke latlhegetswe ke dilo tse di latelang:
fridge,
setsidifatsi,
page 36, clothes,
tsebe 36 diaparo,
bicycle,
baesekele,
small TV,
television e nnye,
amount 10,000 rand.
le madi a kana ka 10,000 rand.
Did you get injured by the fire or did you get injured trying to escape from the building?
A o ile wa gobatswa ke molelo kgotsa wa gobala o le ka go tshabela kago?
Please explain what your injuries are, what medical treatment you received.
Tlhalosa gore ke dikgobalo tsa mofuta ofe le gore o ile wa newa ka kalafi ya bongaka ya mofuta ofe.
Which hospital or clinic you received your treatment from and what medical costs you have paid so far.
Ke bookelo kgotsa kliniki efe e ileng ya go e wileng wa amogela kalafi gone le gore ke ditshenyegelo tsa bokae tsa kalafi tse o ileng wa di duela.
Please also advise if you have recovered from your injuries and what medical treatment you still need.
Gape tsweetswe re tlhalosetse fa ile gore o ile wa fola mo dikgobalong tsa gago le gore ke mofuta ofe wa kalafi ya bongaka e o santseng o e tlhoka.
I did not get injured.
Ga ke aka ka gobala.
Did you lose any materials or stock related to your business?
A o ile wa latlhegelwa ke dilwana kgotsa stoko se se amanang le kgwebo ya gago?
Please provide a list and an estimated value of these items.
Tsweetswe re fe lenaane la dilo tseno le phopholetso ya boleng jwa tsone.
I lost my tables estimated to be 3,000 rands.
Ke ne ka latlhegelwa ke ditafole tsa me tse di fopholediwang go nna madi a kana ka 3,000 rand.
Did you lose any income as a result of not being able to work or run your business?
A o ile wa latlhegelwa ke letseno lepe ka ntlha go bo sa kgone go a tirong kgotsa go tsamaisa kgwebo ya gago?
Either from being injured, traumatized, or having lost materials or stock related to your business.
E ka tswa e le gore o ne o gobetse o tshogile thata kgotsa o latlhegetswe ke dilwana kgotsa setoko se se amanang le kgwebo ya gago.
Please provide us with details of your employer, income and the date when you return to work.
Tsweetswe re fe tshedimosetso ka mothapi wa gago, letseno le o ne o le amogela ga mmogo le letlha le o boetseng kwa tirong ka lone kgotsa le o ile wa simolola go tsweletsa kgwebo ya gago ka lone.
Or were able to continue with your business?
I didn't get this one.
Or were able to continue with your business?
O kgotsa o ile wa kgona go tsweletsa kgwebo ya gago?
I lost income of 1,400 rands after being unable to work.
Ke ne ka latlhegelwa ke letseno le kana ka 1,400 rand ka gonne ke ne ke sa kgone go bereka.
Compensation received as a result of the fire.
Phimola keledi e o ile wa e newa ka ntlha ya molelo?
I did not get anything.
Ga ke ka amogela sepe.
Socio-economic conditions after the fire.
Maemo a loago le ikonomi morago ga molelo.
I'm in poverty.
Ke tshela mo khumanegong.
I barely can afford food.
Ga ke kgone le go iponela dijo tse nka di jang.
I have water and I do not have electricity.
Ke na le metsi mme gone ga ke na motlakase.
Relief sought.
Thuso e o e tlhokang.
I require asylum paperwork.
Ke kopa dipampiri tsa botshabi.
I need compensation for pain and suffering.
Ke tlhoka phimola keledi ya botlhoko jo ke butlileng le go sotlega.
Next page, 837.
tsebe e latelang 837.
Any other relevant information?
A gona le tshedimosetso e nngwe gape e e maleba?
I was just living my life and it all fell down. I need help.
Ke ne ke itshelela botshelo jwa me mme dilo tsotlhe di le di a phutlhama ke tlhoka thuso.
Madam Chair, Madam Commissioner, may this statement be admitted as NRF 60. Exhibit NRF 60.
Thank you, Mr. Pitso. It is so admitted.
I'm indebted, Chair.
Chair, those are the statements as admitted exhibits, but we are done for the business of the day.
Yes. What is the position with regard to tomorrow, Advocate Semenya?
I know we'll be dealing with the extent of the 200 odd exhibits, but in a process that we suggested we are going to take. I would have imagined I can only disclose that for now, Chair.
Okay.
I'll advise the Commission in the morning.
Okay. These proceedings are adjourned until tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock.